Okay,
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We will call to order this meeting of the Illinois Board of Review for today, September 20th, 2022. I will ask the board to introduce itself, and then we will check in on any requests for continuances or withdrawals or otherwise resolve matters. Again, I'm Kenneth Woodson, Board Chair.
Ralph Pincus, board member.
Roger S. Tennant Senior, board member.
Beverly Penn, board member.
Ed Jefferson, Board Counsel.
And
Richard Wade, Boards Administration.
okay, thank you. And there's also a court reporter whose image you probably will see, as of course, all these matters are being recorded both by the Zoom system as well as the court reporter for the official record. I will ask, is there one person assigned by the law department today to give a list of all those matters that have been resolved, or will also for any continuous requests? If not, I will then call on individual members of the law department staff.
Mr. Chairman, good afternoon.
Good
Jeffrey Cohen. I am the designee for the city L&I and health matters to read off resolutions and uncontested continuances.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
I'll start with number 6 on the list. That's Angelo Adams, earned prop. And this is, I believe, a continuance by agreement of the parties.
Okay, is this the first continuance?
I believe it is, and I believe Mr. Adams is here. I think I saw him.
Right here.
Okay.
There we go.
Mr. Adams, do you concur with the request for continuance?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right, we'll note it as continued. Thank you.
Thank you. Now to number 8 on the list. This is Joseph Mahoney. I believe this matter is moot as this particular tenant no longer occupies the property that is at issue in this appeal. The
Okay.
property has been sold to a new owner.
Okay, noted as moot. Thank you.
And the same goes for number 10, which is an appeal of Natasha Koronin for the same property. And it's my understanding that the same applies, that she no longer occupies the property.
Would you note the appeal number, please?
Of course. Sorry, number 8 is HA 2022-002587. That's Joseph Mahoney. And number 10 is HA 2022-002661, Natasha Koronin.
Thank you.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. With the property Susquehanna, so is that?
Sir, would you identify yourself, sir?
I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm Kevin Moore. I'm the federal HUD inspector for that property.
Okay,
And I was trying to keep up. I was wondering, I know you had mentioned that the tenant had moved out. So do I need to stay on the system for the entire duration?
well, are you being called as a witness today?
Yes.
Okay, well, Mr. Cohen, do you know which attorney is calling Mr. Moore?
I
I was-
don't
I was
believe that the
asked-
city was, oh,
I
sorry.
was asked, I'm the HUD consultant and inspector for the bank. And I was asked to be here for Mr. Poyes.
Is
Okay,
that the previous
I'm
owner
Mr.
or the
Puyaz.
current owner?
I'm the current owner of the house, right here. I'm Mr. Will France Puyaz. I'm the current
Okay.
owner of the house.
right.
I'm asking him to come in to this board
Okay.
also.
Okay, wait, hold on a minute so that we get this clear. Mr. Poyes, are you representing yourself or you have an attorney representing you in this hearing?
I'm representing myself.
You're the owner, are you the individual owner of this property?
Yes.
No, is there a corporate entity involved?
No.
Okay, and Mr. Moore, you're a witness.
Yes,
I'm speaking to Mr. Poyes.
Well, it's my
Yes.
understanding that Mr. Poyes is the new owner of the property, having purchased it in May of this year.
Okay,
So the two appellants who had filed the appeals are not the new owners. They actually were tenants under the old owner previous to Mr. Poyes.
okay. And so two of them, at least, those matters are now moot.
That's correct.
And there's a third one, I believe, that's listed for today.
Yes.
Not for East Susquehanna, to my knowledge.
Oh, you're right. That's the only two. You're right. Those two. So if those two are now moot, there will not be any hearing on that matter today.
okay.
Okay?
That's, I apologize for interrupting. I just wanted to make sure, sir, before I logged off,
Okay, so you can log off. I think Ms. Poyas, I don't believe there will be any further hearings that involve you today on this address.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I'll make
Right.
the documentation. Thank you.
Okay,
I have a good day.
Mr. Cohen?
Of course. Moving now to number 14. This is HA 2021-004438. This was a continuance request by Green Street Artists Corporation. They have a witness who is attending a family funeral. The city did not object to this continuance request.
Is this the first continuous request?
Yes.
Okay, is Mr. Langsam present? He's the
My
attorney
name is
listed.
Denise Kestner and I'm an attorney for the appellant and I'm present.
Okay, now are you replacing Mr. Henry Langsam or you're with his firm?
I'm with his firm.
Okay, all right, just make sure that you file your appearance so that we can know clearly who to connect with.
Okay,
Okay, so we'll note this matter is continued. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
very
you.
much.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, was that
Yes,
number
sir.
14?
We haven't yet gotten to that. This is the lauded part. That was number 14. My
Yes.
apologies, Mr. Washington.
you.
Right, that's number
Thank
14. Yep. Mr. Cohen, anything else?
Oh, yes, a bit a longer list than you might think. Number 16,
Okay,
HA 2021-004452. This is Curtis English, and also number 17, but we'll get to that in a second. The current owners of the property are actually deceased. Mr. English, from my understanding, is an occupant of the property, but is not the record owner. So what LNI has done in this case with this appeal, number 16, is the violations were administratively closed because they were issued to owners who are now known to be deceased.
so just note them as closed. This case is closed or moved.
Yeah, the violations have been closed. I would not say that the violations are moot because they in fact still exist. But that is an issue for if and when a notice of violations is reissued to Mr. English as the occupant, then
Okay.
that can be adjudicated.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And actually moving on to number 17, which is also Mr. English for the same property. Number 17 is HA 2021-004550. These violations, to my knowledge, are being reissued as a new notice of violations to Mr. English. So the violations therein are not closed, but they are being reissued with an opportunity for Mr. English to file an appeal. And in addition, the violations at issue in this case are unsafe violations, which are more properly heard by the Board of Building Standards. So the city would ask that this case be marked either as dismissed because the owners and recipients of the notice were deceased, or as dismissed because it is properly before the Board of Building Standards and can be appealed when the notice is reissued to that board.
Okay, so these violations are being withdrawn and reissued, properly reissued.
Well, I believe in this case, administratively, the violation case number will stay the same. There will be a new notice issued to Mr. English.
Yes, the
Which is why-
violation number will stay the same, but the appeal number will be different because it will be before a
Exactly.
different venue. And so for this venue, for the board review, this matter is being withdrawn and it will be rewritten. The new violations will be written and he can choose to appeal to Board of Building Standards. That will be his choice.
I believe that's essentially correct.
Okay,
The
So I
only
just-
administrative difference between the last case and this is the last case, the violations were administratively closed. In this case, a new NOV will be issued.
correct. So I just want to, I'm not connecting the two cases. I just want to make sure that the record for this HA 2023 is done correctly. And so what we
course.
should noted that the violations have been withdrawn and will be rewritten.
Thank you.
Okay, what else do we have?
Number 20, HA 2021-004547. This is Ronica Waring. As I had previously emailed the board and Ms. Waring, this property is actually now demolished. So the violations that were cited in this underlying notice of violations are moot,
Okay,
but they are moot because the violations have been essentially rendered inapplicable due to the city
Demolition.
demolition of this property.
correct. Okay, so we noted as moot. Thank you.
And moving on to number 22, this is HA 2021-004716, George Presley. The city had noted previously this is moot complied. the violations have been marked complied.
Thank you very much. Move complied.
Number 27, HA 2022-002589, When Opportunity Knocks LP. These violations have been marked as closed because the notice of violation was improperly directed to a previous owner. And I believe counsel for the current owner is here, but I would like to mark this as violations closed.
Okay, just noted, Mr. Kevin Greenberg Esquire, representing the appellant. Are you present, sir?
Yes, I am, Your Honor. Members of the board, I apologize. The camera does not work in this office.
Okay, we'll take your word for it that you are who you say you are then. Just noted for the record that this violation has been closed.
Thank you. May we be excused, or those of us who are here for this matter?
Yes, you are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Greenberg. The next matter, number 29, HA 2021-000925, Dennis T. Jacob. This is a tobacco permit matter. That matter is moot because the tobacco permit has actually been issued.
Okay, thank you.
And the final matter on my list, number 38, this is HA 2022-003054, LC Smith. There was an agreement reached on this matter. I believe my colleague Michael Rulo emailed the board and the appellant earlier. It's an agreement to a city affirmed with a 30-day stay.
This way you'll need to mute those individuals. 30-day stay.
Hello?
The administrator,
Yes, that's correct.
the administrator, please mute Mr. Jackson, please. Miss,
I think it's the telephone number 267-770-2932 that is currently unmuted and
okay.
perfect.
And I think Miss William Jackson is also unmuted, but okay. So let's just want to get back to the matter at hand. HA-2022-003054. We will poll the board. Appeal. You asked that we sustain the appeal, correct?
Yes, a city affirmed with a
City
30-day
affirmed.
stay of enforcement by agreement of the parties.
Okay, city affirmed. In accordance with the agreement between the parties that includes a 30-day stay of enforcement.
By agreement, city affirmed 30-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed 30-day stay of enforcement by the agreement.
City affirmed 30-day stay of enforcement by agreement.
Thank you.
City affirmed 30-day stay of enforcement.
Thank you.
Thank you, members of the board. And I believe that completes my list of resolved and uncontested matters.
Mr. Cohen, before you leave though, it's
course.
brought to my attention there are maybe two matters that may require some further discussions between the city and the appellant. HA-2021-000953, that's number 30. It appears that this is a corporate entity that may need to be represented by counsel. I just need to confirm that. And if you aren't assigned to that, whoever's assigned to that case would look into that before we call it for hearing today.
I'm not assigned to number 30. Oh, sorry.
Chairman Woodson, Mary Costello on behalf of the city of Philadelphia. I am assigned to number 30 and I was not aware that that is a corporate entity.
Okay, is that something you can check into before we actually start your hearing? Because if they are corporate owned and they are not represented by counsel, we won't be able to hold a hearing.
I have not heard anything from the appellant, so I don't know that I have any way to contact him. Is he on the Zoom? I could go into a breakout room and ask him.
I don't know well, let's ask.
If the board pleases,
Yes.
in this case, the permit holder is Lugo Deli Grocery, Inc. The appeal is taken by an individual, likely of that corporation.
Okay, so he is a corporation then, Attorney Jefferson.
Yes, according to the appeal, yes. According to the notice of denial.
Okay, is he on the hearing today?
Mr. Joanne Lugo Rodriguez, are you present today? Or your counsel, anyone representing your interests of, that's 1821 North 19th Street, tobacco retail matter?
Yes, we're here.
Okay. And identify yourself, please.
My name is Rosanna Mercado. I'm his accounting. He's Wani, the owner of.
Okay, is this a corporate ownership?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so you need to have you have legal counsel representing you today?
No, we wasn't aware of that.
Okay, you must have an attorney represent you at these hearings if you're a corporate entity. So it would be helpful for you and Ms. Costello to have that conversation prior to the case being called. And so is there a way for the two of you to speak by phone?
Yes.
In the chat room, why don't you put in a number so that Ms. Costello can connect with you?
Okay, I'm there now.
And Ms. Costello, if you would follow up with that, please.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman Woodson, I do have an additional matter, number 9. I don't know if that was the next one you were going to.
Okay, what is your concern about that one?
The appeals number is HA 2022-002591. I was able to get in touch with Mr. Jackson because this is also a property owned by a corporation and the business is a corporation, so he will also need an attorney.
Okay,
But it's my understanding that he has not been able to obtain one yet.
and this is a intent to cease matter, correct?
It is.
So when that's called, we'll need to determine how best to proceed. But is he on the call? Is he on the in the hearing today?
He is, I believe so. Yes, I do see William Jackson.
Okay, we will get to that matter later on then. But thank
Okay.
you for noting that the counsel is required. So let's do this. Ms. Cohen, do you have anything else that, Ms. Costello, do you have anything else to bring to the board's attention?
I do not.
Okay, I will now go to other members of the staff, law department staff, and determine if there's anything else significant we need to hear.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
number 26, I don't know who's the attorney on it, but that was brought to our attention as a case requiring an attorney.
yeah, absolutely right. 1517 Adams Avenue, who's representing that matter? From the city of Philadelphia, who's here in that case? Caruth Investments. No one's-
Mr. Cohen, are you able to tell us who's handling this? number
Chairman
20?
Woodson,
Sorry.
Chairman Woodson, when we received our list of cases, this matter had been marked as moot.
Oh, okay. 1517 Adams Avenue, HA 2021 004848, I believe.
Yes.
No,
No, am I incorrect?
26 is CF 2021-08-1056.
Yeah, that's the
I'm sorry. you're
violation
correct.
number.
You're correct. I apologize.
Okay, the administrator, sir, would you mind checking the record on that?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Wade, so he'll check the record on that before it's called to determine whether or not what the record indicates. Okay, Ms. Costello, is that one of your cases if it needs be?
I believe my understanding is that it is moot.
Okay, so we'll check that up when we come back to it. Okay,
Thank you.
we'll check the record. Mr. Cohen, you represented all the matters that have been resolved either through continuance requests, withdrawals, or otherwise agreed to settlements, correct?
I believe so. I believe actually Mr. Leonard Reuter has 2 more cases that are resolved. But other than that, I believe that should be all. I will, however, double check because the case number 26 that was just discussed was not on my list.
Okay. Mr. Reuter, do you have some additional cases to share with us?
Thank you. May it please the board, Leonard F. Reuter, Senior Attorney for the City of Philadelphia. Yes, there are 2 matters that
Excuse me, Your Honor.
I think somebody's
Excuse me, Your
talking.
Honor.
Could he be muted?
Yes, Mr. Wade, can you
I
take
just
care of
did.
that for us?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. The first matter, these are both, we've reached an agreement. So the first one is number 11 on your list, which is appeal number HA 2021-004313. ADR Drexel LP, and Mr. Matthew McClure is here for the appellant. This is an appeal from the denial of a permit by the Historical Commission. We have agreed to a board entering a decision to remand the matter to the Historical Commission.
Okay. Great. Mr. McClure, are you present?
Mr. Chairman, Matt McClure, as well as my colleague Devin Beverly of the law firm Ballard Spar on behalf of ADR Drexel L
Okay.
period P period. Yes, we are present.
Okay, and you concur with the representations of Mr. Leonard Roder?
We do. We asked for the matter be remanded back to the full commission at the November meeting if possible, now to allow for reconsideration.
Okay, all right, thank you. So what we will do then, I'll poll the board on this matter, unless I hear. Okay, just one moment.
Yes, polling the
Okay.
board, yes.
Okay. With regard then to HA 2021-004313, it is a position of the board that this matter will be remanded back to the Historic Commission in accordance with the agreement between the parties. I would invite the board members to share with me. Your vote.
I guess the city this would be a decision we're affirming, so I affirm the remand back to the Historic Commission.
I affirm the remand back to the Historic Committee.
I agree and affirm to remand the matter back to the Historic Commission.
Clearly affirm remand back to Historical Commission.
Okay, thank you. I believe we've satisfied your needs, Mr. Roder.
Thank
And
you.
Mr. McClure.
And I just want to greet Mr. McClure, a colleague and old friend.
Mr. Pincus, wonderful to see you, and likewise. I just have one point of clarification. I mean, obviously the appeal wasn't adjudicated. We just we agreed to stipulate to remand back to the board. So the affirmance, I assume, is the affirmance of the stipulation as opposed to the affirmance of the decision below.
Oh, correct. It's really affirming, in fact, that we affirm the agreement that the two parties have reached to have the matter remanded back to the Historic Commission for further consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Mr.
Thank
Roder,
you.
you have an additional matter?
I do. I have one more where we have an agreement that we can put on the record. This is number 32 on your list. HA 2022-002328. That is, I believe, Brian and Jeanette Julia, 536 Green Lane. They are also represented. Mr. John J. Griffin is here. We have reached an agreement to mark the matter city affirmed 180-day stay of enforcement on the condition that they continue to that they move to legalize the existing use or seek a variance, and that they continue to do to work towards that in good faith. And we will stay in.
That is correct. Thank you, sir.
Okay, and who's representing the appellants?
Myself, Your Honor, Jake Griffin, counsel for 536 Green Lane.
Okay, thank you. Alrighty, so we'll poll the board regarding HA 2022-002328. Brian, Jeanette, Julia, and actually, let me begin that again. Brian, Julia, Jeanette, Rawlings, Julia. And this is 536 Green Lane, city affirmed with 180-day stay of enforcement per the agreement between the parties.
City affirmed 180-day stay per agreement of the parties.
City affirmed with 180-day stay. Thank you.
City affirm 180-day stay of enforcement via agreement of the parties.
I think we have one additional vote outstanding. Mr.
Washington,
Washington, you are muted.
He's muted.
Yep. Mr. Washington, you're still muted.
It looks like it's.
Mr. Washington, you're still muted. Mr. Board Administrator, are you able to unmute him?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Now we
Yes.
Can you
can,
hear me now?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
City affirm 180-day stay of enforcement
per the agreement, correct?
per the agreement.
Thank you very much. Okay. And Mr. Cohen, you have your hand up.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. There were actually 5 matters that are moot complied that I unfortunately did not put on my list. I apologize to the board. If
Okay,
the board will allow, I'll read them into the record now.
yes, please.
Starting with number 12, HA 2021-004417, Samuel Ballard. This matter is moot complied.
Noted it's moved. Thank you.
Number 18, HA 2021-004457, Marcus Hayarka, Barkaya. This is moot complied.
Move complied. Thank you.
Number 24, HA 2021-004766, Ruslan Nikon. This is moot complied.
Thank you very much.
Number 25, HA 2021-004769, Yuhan Holdings LLC. This is moot complied.
Thank you.
I would, that's me. I would like to say the property, I apologize. Good afternoon, everyone. Can I speak for like?
No, unless we just want to know if you understand that this matter is resolved.
Yeah, but at the same time, I want the city to know that I haven't been the owner of this place since 2018. I don't even know why.
Okay. Well, if you could do that, Mr. Cohen, if you would note that, and whichever attorney is responsible for this will connect with.
I have a settlement statement dated June.
Okay, no. You can't put that on the record because you haven't been sworn or anything. So at the moment, this matter is noted as moot complied. What I'd like to do, Mr. Cohen, is your record indicate which attorney is assigned to this?
My record does not actually indicate an attorney assigned to this, which I was going to bring up. But since it's moot complied, it doesn't really matter whether the party is here represented or whether the party is even absent.
Yes. The reason I'm asking that is that I think the appellant would like to share some information that may be appropriate for the L&I record in terms of ownership.
Which I have just written down to look at further offline,
Okay.
not in front of the board at this time.
Okay. Sir, the lawyer representing, who's now on screen representing the law department, will make note of your concern about ownership, okay?
Great. Just to
But that's,
confirm.
no additional thing. We have to move on
No,
to
no,
the
I
other
just
case.
want to
But
confirm.
I've said nothing else, sir. We
Before
have
I
to move on.
go, I just don't want to make a mistake on my end. Hold on one second.
But
He mentioned-
would you mute him, please?
mentioned a
We have to
field
move on.
number. I just want to confirm the name and the ownership to make sure I heard the.
But we are not going to do that on the screen today. You hear me? We're not going to do that.
But you didn't hear what I had to say.
I don't want to hear what you have to say regarding this case. We have to move on.
The final matter actually has already been mentioned, number 26, HA 2021-004848, Caruth Investments LLC. That matter is also moot complied.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Already.
Mr. Woodson, just.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, could.
Yes, sir.
Could he repeat that last one?
Okay, Mr. Cohen?
Of course. The last one was number 26, HA 2021-004848, Caruth Investments LLC, 1517 Adams Avenue. That has been marked moot complied.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
May I ask a question?
Who are, identify yourself, please?
Yes, I'm Samuel Ballard.
Yes.
And I just heard stated that this was mute and complied.
Yes.
And I just want to know if I need to continue on this call.
No, you don't. You're free to leave.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Mr. Woodson, am I free to go?
Let's do this. Unmute him for a moment. so that
Okay.
we can resolve this. Otherwise, we will take more time than we need to.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Wait a minute, sir. I'm not, your case has not been called, so that phone number should be muted.
Yes.
Listen, sir, now, what I'm saying to you is that your matter has been resolved. If you have additional information, please share that with the administrator at LNI or connect with one of the attorneys at the law department. We do not have the time or the place now to resolve those details.
My question wasn't to resolve the details. I just wanted to verify my name and the case number before I go, just to make sure I heard the correct case number. That was my only question, Mr. Woodson.
Okay, wait, would you repeat the case number, please?
That was for Yuan Holdings, 2224 North Franklin Street?
That's me, yes.
Yes.
So the
hearing
case is
appeal-
applied, got it.
Yes. The hearing appeal number 2021-004-769 was moot complied.
That was my question, Mr. Woodson.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon. Okay. Do we have anything else from anyone?
Yes,
Mr.
Chairman
Chair-
Woodson.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Alexandra Athanasiadis.
Oh, okay.
On behalf of the city, case number 1, Chairman Woodson, HA 2022-000640, appellant Hung Mam, property address 820 Jackson Street. That is moot complied.
Moot complied. Thank you.
Number 4 on today's list, HA 2022-000863, appellant Cindy Wen, 1803 Oakmont Street, moot complied.
Moot complied. Thank you.
Number 5 on the list, HA 2022-000971, appellant Michael Axelrod, property address 613 East Passyunk Avenue. That is moot complied.
Moot complied. Thank you so much. Do we have anyone else that I've missed?
Mr. Chairman, my name's John DeVirgilis. I represent Urban Beautification. I just want to know when you'll accept an application for a continuance in this matter.
Well, we've reviewed continuous requests already. What's the appeal number and the address?
HA 2022-002145.
What is the address?
The address is 1730 Wharton Street.
1730 Wharton Street. Just one moment.
Thank you, sir.
While we're looking for that address, who's representing the city in this matter?
Number
Good
36,
afternoon,
Mr. Chair.
Amy Skiles on behalf of the city for this matter.
Okay. Ms.
Giles, I
Giles?
did not know of your representation of the city. Sorry.
Okay, it would be helpful if the two of you could have a conversation before we get to that matter so that we can potentially resolve any differences before we call it.
Thank you, sir.
Is that possible, Ms. Giles?
We do oppose any continuance requests today. We can have a discussion, but I don't think that the department will change their minds on that. So we will be opposing the continuance request.
Okay. Sir, are you prepared to move forward today?
Well, sir, I'm sorry, I didn't realize we had a list of 60 some cases or however many cases. And I did have a medical appointment scheduled at 3 this afternoon. That was the request for the continuance. I didn't realize it would be such a long list and incur your time here.
Well, the list is about 40 long. We've disposed of roughly half of them already. So we will call your case as quickly as we can. But at the moment, the request for continuance is denied.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you. Let's go back to the list. Anyone else has a comment or question or information regarding existing cases? Okay, if not, Mr. Wade, let's go to the top of the list, number 2.
Number 2, appeal number HA 2022-000729. Address 710 North 2nd Street, H. Hadar.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Who's representing the city in this matter?
Good afternoon, Chairman Woodson, Alexandra Athanasiadis on behalf of the city.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Hadar, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you
Chairman,
swear?
I apologize. I don't mean to cut you off. I believe this property is owned by Avi Developers LLC.
Okay, well, let me swear Mr. Hadar
Yes.
in because he'll be on the record.
Okay.
Right, you should raise your right hand, Mr. Hadar. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the first issue of standing in this matter. Are you the sole owner of this property?
My wife and I, correct.
Under what corporate name?
Under AVI Developers LLC.
Okay, the standard rule here is that you need to be represented by legal counsel when you, as a corporation.
Well, yes, I read the letter. I went to the MSB building. I talked to Fatima and she told me that because it's under my name and it was all started by my call, I might be able to speak without a representative.
Who's the person who gave you that advice?
In the concourse department in the MSB building, right by the LNI, right at the corner.
Okay.
When I presented all my 14 pages of evidence.
And this
Now-
is, yeah, just one moment, sir. Ms. Athanasiadis, yes, ma'am.
Yes, Chairman Woodson, just by way of reference, this matter was last before the board, handled by a colleague back in July. And at that time, a continuance request was made because an attorney had entered on behalf of the matter. Now, I don't know what happened between July and now, but at some point there was an attorney that my colleague Laura Curry had some interaction with. And that's why the matter had been continued till today.
Okay. Mr.
yeah.
Hadar, did you have a lawyer before?
Well, I actually talked to Al Schramer, that is supposed to represent me, which he didn't respond back to me for 3 weeks, with the idea that he gave me, by his own words, he gave me his wrong phone number. But if we could realize, I'm sorry,
No.
go ahead.
You have to understand something. So I don't think we're going, now we have an issue here. Before we do that, Ms. Athanasiadis, what is the nature of the violation in terms of its seriousness?
Chairman, this violation was issued for defective vent pipe.
Okay.
Which
Alrighty.
was mistaken.
Well, what? Not,
I'm sorry.
so is Mr. Vent pipe?
Yes, Chairman Woodson.
Okay. Alrighty. Just for a moment. And I'm believing, Mr. Jefferson, I believe, given that we began with an attorney at one point, we need to continue that route. Am I correct?
That would be correct.
Okay. Mr.
But I didn't continue with him.
Well, no, you had to find someone else. If you don't want to use him, that's your option. Call a different attorney. You got bad advice when you went to the concourse.
But all I'm trying to say.
I know what you're trying to say, but we aren't going to hear the case today unless you have an attorney representing you. Okay? And so you have to go find an attorney to do that.
But Mr. Woodson, what I'm trying to say, I'm the one who called the city for
Doesn't
that
matter who
problem.
called. But doesn't matter who called.
And that wasn't the problem.
Sir, it doesn't matter who called. Once you come to an appeal hearing, you have to be represented by an attorney if you're corporately owned property. So you have to have an attorney represent you in this matter. Okay, the facts of the matter can't be put on the record until we have an attorney who represents your interests at the hearing. So if you want to hire someone else.
In other words, you want to tell me that I have to go and hire a counsel?
Yes, that's what we've just told you. Yes, please do that. Okay, have a good day, because we have to move on.
If I may,
Okay, so what do I need to do next? I'm sorry, I hire a counsel and then what?
If
Your
I may,
counsel-
Mr. Chairman, Mr.
Yes.
Hadar, one other suggestion. This case has been pending for a while. If you can try to resolve this on your own with the water department, you
I
should
did.
try to do that.
I
And then
did.
They can then administratively come back to the board. But in the meantime, if you want to have a hearing in front of this board, you must be represented by an attorney. This
Thank
doesn't-
you so much.
All
Mr.
right.
Pincus.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
I-
Hadar, I'm putting my email address in the chat. If as they suggested, if we're able to resolve it without a need for another hearing, if you have any documentation to indicate that you resolved the issue, my email address is in the chat. Feel free to reach out, sir.
Thank you so much. Have
Okay.
a beautiful day.
Okay, so we will continue this matter with the expectation that it'll be resolved before it comes back to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Wade, let's move on.
Case number 3, hearing appeal number 2022-000-854, Water Department, address 2799 South Christopher Columbus Boulevard, appellant in Enos Composites LLC.
Okay.
Good
And Ms.
afternoon again, Chairman Woodson, Alexandra Athanasiadis on behalf of the Water Department.
Good
Um,
afternoon.
If I may, Chairman Woodson, may I dismiss my, the witness I had for case number 2, so he doesn't have to stay on the call?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Taji Ballard, you can log off, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And for this case, Chairman Woodson, the city is prepared to move forward.
Okay, is there counsel for the appellant?
Good
Mr.
afternoon, James Kuchar on behalf of Ineos Composites.
Okay, thank you. All righty. Mr. Kutris, do you have any witnesses today? I just want to check.
I do. I have one witness.
One witness. And Ms. Athanasiadis, do I believe you have a witness as well?
I do have a witness as well, Chairman. But I guess as we get started, we're raising the issue of standing in this particular matter.
Okay,
The notice at hand was not issued to INEOS Composites. They are not listed as, the mailing address. I believe what happened in this particular case is they received the notice in the mail. It could have been misdirected, but the notice does not pertain to their property at 2801 South Christopher Columbus Boulevard. So the notice was issued for 2799 South Christopher Columbus Boulevard. And I do not believe INEOS Composites has any type of relation to that address.
okay, now just so that the record is clear, 2799 South Christopher Columbus Boulevard is the correct address?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, Mr. Kutris, what is your understanding of your connection with that address? Your client's connection?
Yes, so my understanding is that that is an adjacent property and that the inspection occurred over the weekend at 2799 South Columbus. They then hand delivered the same day, dropped off the paperwork to our building, which is right next door. We're at 2801 South Columbus.
Okay, does your client own 2799 South Christopher Columbus Boulevard?
We do not. And in the exhibits that we submitted, we had down who we think the owner is, which is another company. We have no relation to 2799.
Okay, okay, so your company has no relationship, so you have no real interest in the violation?
That's correct. I think the inspector just gave it to the wrong address.
Okay, alrighty. So thank you. So what we probably will do, that we won't hear this matter today because we'll have to reissue that violation, make sure it's delivered to the correct person, to the correct entity.
Yes. And Mr. Kutris, could you forward me whatever you provided to the board, sir, if you could email?
Sure. I think I saw, did you put your email on the
I
chat?
did put my email in the, yes.
I'll forward it to you then.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Kutris, just one final matter. Did you actually submit an appeal on this matter?
Yeah.
Yes, sir, we did.
I'm curious as to why you actually submitted an appeal when it wasn't your property.
Well, it was delivered to us and we were concerned, not having been involved with the city of Philadelphia Water Department before, concerned that perhaps they could take some action against us.
Okay, all right. Thank you. It'd be
Now,
helpful.
better next time, I'll just talk to the water department.
Yes, please talk to them first. Then it will not prohibit us keep us from getting to this point. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So just note that this matter is moot because it was the Enos Composites LLC does not have standing in this matter. Okay, thank you.
Well, Chairman Woodson,
Moot is not the right correct word,
Yes.
is it? So please correct the record.
Yeah, the appeal should be dismissed.
Yes, thank you. My legal counsel, thank you so much. The appeal is dismissed because of standing.
Okay.
thank
All
you,
right,
Chairman
thank you so much.
Should we vote on that?
In this, I think it's an administrative matter. I don't think we need to vote on it.
All right,
Okay.
fine.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Wade?
That was,
I'm sorry, Mr. Wade, may I dismiss my witness and may I
Yes.
be excused for the remainder of the list, Chairman Woodson?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Calvin Alexander, you can log off.
And Ms. Kuchar, you may be dismissed. You may be leave if you like. Otherwise,
Yeah, thank you.
this is a public forum.
I've had enough. Thank you so much. Take care. Bye.
okay, if I'm correct, that brings us to number 7 on the list.
Yes, sir.
Appeal number 39920. This is an intent to cease at 3523 Kensington Avenue. The appellant is John Ross, represented by Wayne Maynard.
Good afternoon, members of the, may it please the board, Leonard F. Reuter, Senior Attorney, City of Philadelphia.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Woodson and members of the board. I am Wayne Maynard, appearing on behalf of the appellant.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rada, what do we have here?
Well, it's unfortunately, I mean, I guess I'm obligated to let the board know that administratively, there's a little bit of a problem here. This is an appeal from a notice of intent to cease that was filed probably just almost exactly a month before the city shut down for pandemic. One of the grounds for their notice appeal from the notice of intent to cease is that there had been the notice of intent to cease was issued subsequent to certain code violations being issued to the property. The code violations themselves had also been appealed to the Board of L&I review prior to to this appeal being filed. The actual appeal from the underlying violations does appear to have been filed in a timely manner, but that has not actually been scheduled by the board. I am okay, since the issues would really be pretty much the same in an appeal from the underlying violations and an appeal from the underlying code violations. I mean, typically what we say is like, well, you didn't appeal the underlying violations, therefore, you don't have, you can't really appeal the intent to cease, that you're stopped from challenging the violations themselves. But in this case, they actually do have an outstanding challenge against the violations that has not been adjudicated. So what I was going to suggest, and I believe I can find that appeal number, I would suggest that we can just go ahead and treat both of those appeals today, since again, they're going to involve the same questions, which are whether or not the property is in violation.
So is Mr. Ross the appellant in both instances?
Yes, I believe so. I think both appeals were filed by his attorney at the time, Mr. Frank Turner. And the
Okay.
appeals were probably, I think Mr. Turner was actually listed as the appellant. Mr. Ross is the owner.
Okay, now, and neither of those matters were ever scheduled?
Well, this one was scheduled today. The other one was not scheduled. Let me see. Just take me a moment here. Yeah, so this is appeal number 39920.
Yes.
The other appeal was 39678. And again, from what I can see, that was never, that has not been scheduled, because I think that was just an appeal from violations that was just sent through the normal course. And then during the pandemic period, it never got scheduled. So this one got scheduled before that one. But again, it's my feeling that we can just do both of them right now. It's basically the same case.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand the timeline involved here.
Sure. That appeal, the appeal from the violations appears to have been filed January 17th, 2020. And then this, the notice of intent to cease went out. And then this appeal from the notice of intent to cease was filed February 14th, 2020.
Okay. Mr. Maynard, were you legal counsel at that time? Did you file the original appeals?
I was not.
Okay.
I believe Mr. Reuter was right that it was Frank Turner at the time.
So as I sit here today, I was unaware of the appeal of the underlying violation. So I would need to familiarize myself with that appeal.
Okay.
The one other thing is, and that, I mean, I don't have an objection. If, I mean, again, I think we could probably, it's really the same issues, which is there a code violation? I don't think we have to continue the matter and combine them, since there's really, they're literally involved exactly the same question. But you know, I'll leave it to the board to decide what to do. I would say if the matter is going to be continued, I would ask the board to require of Mr. Maynard that his client provide access to the property, because one of the problems we've had is since 2021, we have been unable to gain access to the property to make a determination as to what the current layout is.
Okay, before we do that, Mr. Router, what is the city's representation in terms of the health and safety and impact on the public regarding this location?
Partly that depends upon what the results of a current inspection would be. It's the city's position that this property was operating unlawfully as a rooming house. They had a permit for a duplex for a two-family, but our inspection revealed that they had 4 units, at least 4 units, I think 5, I take that back. I think there were 5 units which had multiple persons in them. It's the sort of thing where if they were to try to legalize that rooming house, then they would need additional, that would be a change of occupancy from 2-family, and therefore the change of occupancy would trigger new fire suppression requirements.
Sure.
So it's kind of one of those things. If we go there and we see that there's only 3 people living in there, then it's not an unsafe situation. If we go there and see that there's 10 people living there unrelated by blood, then we do have a potential problem, because again, the occupancy code changes for the change of occupancy, and therefore a lot of other new requirements are triggered.
Sure. Now, the other thing, this property was posted with an intent to cease back in 2020, correct?
That's correct.
So is it possible that it's no longer occupied by 5 or 6 people?
Well, again, it's possible we haven't been able to get in for an inspection.
Okay.
So,
Mr. Maynard, can you arrange to have this thing inspected? If we can expedite it?
Absolutely. Yes, my client has informed me that there's only 3 occupants total, 2 on the 2nd floor and I think 1 on the 1st floor. So yes, maybe we can resolve the whole thing by having an inspection done.
Okay, so let's do that then. Unless I have an objection from, just 1 second, let me check something real quick here. Okay, and Mr. Maynard, is your representation that you aren't prepared because you didn't know about the underlying violations and the other appeals?
That's correct. I only received documentation about the appeal we're here on today.
Okay.
But like I said, this may be able to resolve itself because I'll make arrangements for an inspection. And if what my client's telling me is accurate, then maybe this matter would be moot.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. If there's no objection from the city, then we'll continue the matter.
well, you know, again, I think we could go forward to make a determination about whether at the time the violation was properly issued, because again, there's no difference in the issues between the underlying violation and the intent to cease, because the intent to cease is a direct result of the violations. It's one of the penalties that can occur if you have a violation. But that being said, you know, it's been 3 years now, almost 3 years. I think, you know, we're okay if the board's inclined. We will agree to continue the matter and see if it's just moot at this point.
We'll continue the matter then, based for there to be time for an inspection and have it rescheduled as quickly as possible.
Okay,
if
and
need
I
be.
believe there was an inspector who was basically prepared to testify that he couldn't get into the property, Mr. Chandler Wilson, and I don't know if he's here on any other cases, but obviously Chandler Wilborn, Mr. Wilborn, you if this is your only matter, you can leave. Otherwise, I guess you'll have to stay for anything else. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you very much.
That actually concludes my business today. May I be excused? I'll
Yes,
still
have a
watch,
good-
but I'll turn my camera off.
Sure. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
That concludes my business as well, Chairman. May I be excused?
Yes, sir. Have a good day.
You as well. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on. Mr. Wade, what do you have next?
That brings us to case number 9, hearing appeal number 2022-002-591. William Jackson, intent to cease for 2600 Cecil B. Moore Avenue.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, Chairman Woodson, Mary Costello on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, good afternoon. Now who's representing Mr. William Jackson? I think Mr. Jackson is muted. Mr. Wade, are you able to help with the?
Yes, I
Mr.
just did.
Yeah, okay, Mr. Jackson, good afternoon. Would you raise your right hand, sir? So you maybe, do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes,
Okay, we do have a matter, I believe. Mr. Jackson, are you the sole owner of this property?
I am not.
Who's the owner of the property?
The corporation,
What is the name of the corporation?
Men and Women for Human Excellence.
Would you say that again? Because I'm having difficulty hearing you.
Men and Women for Human Excellence.
Men and Women for Human Effort?
Excellence, yes.
Okay. All right. Now, Ms. Costello, it appears that we're going to have a matter of counsel representing. What's the nature of this case?
So this is an intent to cease from back in 2019. There were several violations initially. 3 of them have been resolved. The outstanding violation is obtaining a zoning permit and then the corresponding certificate of occupancy.
Okay, so to your knowledge, there are no serious fire code violations.
I believe I do have an inspector here today, Inspector Anthony Williams.
Okay, I don't want to hear any of the case yet. We're trying to get to resolve this matter of standing and whether Mr. Jackson will be required to come back.
To my knowledge, there are not. The city's unaware that there are any fire code violations, and the ones he was initially cited for have been resolved.
Okay, Mr. Jackson, are you aware that you need an attorney to represent you in this matter?
I wasn't
Before
aware until recently. So I'm asking that if I do need one, we'll need a continuance to attain an attorney.
Well, why didn't you now have an attorney?
I wasn't aware I needed one.
You said until recently. When did you find out?
Probably this week when I talked to when I got an email from the attorney for the city.
Did you read the violation notices?
I missed that part.
Mr. Pincus, do you have something you want to add?
Yeah, it seems to me one of the violations was a use violation that required a zoning variance. This violation goes back to 2019, I believe. So there's plenty of time to obtain the necessary variance if that's still a violation that exists at the property. And of course, in a zoning appeal, if it's a corporate entity, an attorney would have been necessary.
Mr. Jackson, have you done anything to deal with the zoning matter?
Back in 2020, I put in an application for the zoning application and paid for it. But of course, the pandemic happened. So now I'm back starting all over again. I still have the paperwork here with me.
Did they schedule a hearing date for you?
I've been to your boardroom downtown.
No, you aren't listening to me. Listen to me. Did the Zoning Board of Adjustment give you a refusal and schedule a hearing date for you?
Can you repeat that, please?
Did the Zoning Board of Adjustment give you what's called a refusal and
That
then schedule a zoning date?
Mr. Woodson, that refusal would have been issued by the Department of Licenses and Inspection.
Okay.
And then he would have appealed that refusal to the zoning board. So the first question is, did he make application to the department for the zoning use? And did that department issue a refusal. There is
Well, he's-
plenty of-
So we didn't get no results at all, no refusal, no approval, neither.
Okay, let's do this because Mr. Jackson, you clearly need legal counsel to resolve this.
Okay.
Part of your problem is zoning, and this board does not deal with zoning matters. So you will need to get an attorney to help unravel this for you. And because it's a corporate ownership, we can't proceed today. And so we're going to have to continue this matter until you can come back with a lawyer. And to be honest with you, sir, this is a very old matter. So we'll not, the board doesn't look kindly on matters that are this old. So I'm just having you understand that.
But Mr. Chairman, it happened, I haven't heard from you guys until recently.
Okay.
It's my fault,
Well,
I should have followed up.
Yeah, and whoever organized this event, this
Right.
venture this way, did you a disservice. If you weren't the person, they did you a disservice. And if you were the person, you made a huge mistake. And so, in fact, you got to figure out how to fix it, and that means getting an attorney to work for you.
Okay,
Okay, we're going to
Okay.
continue this matter. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wade, what do we have next?
I believe that brings us down to number 13,
13. Okay.
hearing appeal number 2021-004-422. It's a property maintenance violation at 2550 West Cumberland Street. Demetrius Isaac.
Good afternoon, Amy Skiles on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Oh, good afternoon, Ms. Skiles. Who's representing the Demetrius Isaac? Is there a Mr. Isaac present? Okay, is anyone else here representing the interests of 2550 West Cumberland Street? Okay, all righty.
Mr. Chairman, I think it might be this individual with the iPhone that seems to be trying to unmute themselves.
Okay,
Yes,
Mr. Wade, can you help out with that?
Thanks. Yes, that's me. Sorry about that.
And your name?
Demetrius Isaac.
Okay, Mr. Isaac, I would ask you though to remain stationary so that we can see you and conduct this hearing.
Okay, gotcha. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, all righty. I'll need to swear you in, sir. So raise your right hand so you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can place your hand down. Okay, Ms. Skiles, would you proceed, please?
Yes, and for the city, I'll be calling Inspector Stacy Jones.
Okay. All right, thank you. Please proceed.
Would you like to swear Inspector Jones in?
Oh, she's okay. Inspector Jones, you raise your right hand.
You can't see me. My camera's not working.
Oh,
Can you hear
okay.
me?
We can hear you. I just want
Okay.
to, for the record though, Ms. Skiles, can you attest to this being Miss Stacy Jones based on her voice?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Jones, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth to help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Skiles.
Okay, good afternoon, Inspector Jones. Where are you currently employed?
License inspections, vending vacant unit,
Oh, okay, and how long have you been employed in the vacant and vending unit?
25 years.
Okay, and are you familiar with the property at 2550 West Cumberland Street?
I am.
And
I
how
am-
are you? Go ahead.
I inspected the property as a part of the city's vacant windows and doors program.
Okay, and so you have inspected that property, and did you issue a notice of violation?
I did.
Okay, and with the board's permission, I will now share my screen.
Okay.
Okay, Inspector Jones, can you see what's marked as City Exhibit 1?
I can. It's a violation notice.
And what is the date of this violation notice?
8/28/2021.
Okay, and did you inspect the property on August 27th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay, and then scrolling down, what violations were issued to the property?
The windows and doors violation. The normal vacant standard violations that we issue on vacant properties.
And scroll down.
Same.
Okay. And so now I'm going to scroll to what is City Exhibit 2?
The second one is his re-inspection notice.
Okay. So this would be the
His final violation notice, yes.
okay, and what was the date of this notice?
3/27/2022.
Okay. And you also inspected the property on March 26, 2022?
Yes,
And at that time, all of the violations that you cited in the initial notice of violation remained?
they did.
Okay. Okay, now I'm going to City Exhibit 3 is a photograph. Is this the subject premises 2550 West Cumberland Street?
It is.
Okay, and this is how the building appeared when you initially inspected it?
It is.
Okay, and we can see here that the windows are boarded up.
They are.
Is that permissible under the code?
No. Anywhere there's a window, there needs to be a window. Anywhere there's a door, there needs to be a door.
Okay. And this is just a photograph of the front of the building?
Yes.
And this depicts the back of the property?
Correct.
And then this is the side of the property?
It is.
And just another photograph. Is this the front of the property?
Yes.
Okay, I'll stop sharing. Have you had an opportunity to visit the subject premises recently?
Yesterday.
Yesterday, and were any of those violations complied?
Still looks the same.
Still looks the same. And have you had an opportunity to discuss this with Mr. Isaac?
I have not.
Okay. But at this time, the property is still in violation. The windows haven't been replaced. They're still boarded up.
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions at this time. I offer for cross.
Okay, Mr. Isaac, do you have any cross-examination of Ms. Jones based on her testimony? You will have ample opportunity to share your side of your understanding what's happening here, but do you have any cross-examination? Mr. Isaac, are you still with us?
Looks as if we lost him.
Let's see here, Mr. Waits, is there a way to recover Mr. Isaac?
I will try and reach out to him. Just give me one second. He's joining right back. He said the phone that he was on was low on battery.
Okay, so he's signing in again, I take it.
Yes.
Did he indicate, well, we'll ask him when he comes on in terms of how much.
He said he was getting on right now with a new phone.
Okay. Yeah, is that
Sorry about that. My phone went dead. I had to come in on another phone.
okay, Mr. Jones? Can you change the name? The name shown on the screen is Craig Jones. Do you have the capacity to change your name, or should I have the administrator?
I can change it.
Yeah, we'll change. So we want to make sure that we don't mistake you for a different person. Okay. Now, did you hear the testimony of the inspector, Mr. Isaac?
Yes, I heard majority. I heard when she got to the final notice of the violation.
Okay. Do you have any cross-examination of Ms. Jones based on her testimony?
Do I? Me?
Yeah. Yes.
Well, only issue I had was the appeal I filed was prior to the final notice.
No, you misunderstand me. I'm asking you if you have any cross-examination. If you don't have any cross-examination, you may share with us your understanding of the facts and why you have made this appeal.
Okay, well, yeah, no.
Okay, so why don't we then, Ms. Scouts, do you have any additional witnesses?
No, I don't.
Okay, all right, Mr. Isaac, then share with us why you appeal this matter.
The appeal, I was appealing the windows and the doors part of it, the debris, and she said it was standard with a vacant property. From the pictures, there's no debris and stuff on the ground. I guess that's just common with just adding to the vacant property. But the windows and doors, I was just asking for a little bit of time. I was trying to get zoning for to change the zoning of the property, but that didn't go through. But I submitted the evidence for this hearing for the blueprint, and I'm talking to the hearing examiner now to get started on the renovation. I was just trying to. The house been broken in like 3 or 4 times since I owned it, so I wasn't trying to replace windows and stuff again. I didn't know nothing about the city ordinance about boarded up windows and stuff, so it wasn't like I was trying to skirt the system or something. I honestly didn't know about it. But the final violation, when I got that violation notice, I called into Illinois and spoke to the supervisor. I didn't know why they came out to see if to do a final violation notice because it was under appeal, and the supervisor said the same thing. She said it shouldn't have been a final notice because it was under appeal.
Okay, all right. The issue is that you don't deny that the building has several boarded up windows and door openings, correct?
Yes, no.
Okay. The other question here for you is, okay. Now you had a violation notice back in 2021, correct?
Yes, and that's when I appealed.
Okay, and you haven't taken any action, and it's been over a year.
No, every action but the windows and doors. The awning that they said was a problem that was remedied. Any debris, I always keep up with the front maintenance of the property. The windows and doors, I was just saying that I was trying to get the house rented. Well, I was trying to get the house zoned, changing the zoning. That didn't go through. I submitted the blueprints to the city. I heard back from Albert Pastor, the hearing examiner. I'm waiting to just get started on the renovation. So,
okay, what did you submit? What kind of permit application did you submit?
I submitted the print, the blueprints for
to renovate it as a single family house.
Yes.
Okay, not as a boarding house or anything like that, or
No.
multi-family.
That's
a single family house.
Yes, that's a single family. When the zone, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, what was this date of the permit application?
Sorry about that. I submitted everything in with the documents to you guys.
Okay.
My phone is there, so I don't have it in front of me. But
okay. Alrighty. Any other questions, Mr. Isaac?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, Mr. Isaac, did you understand that? Is this the only vacant property that you own in the city of Philadelphia?
Yes.
Okay. If you're going to be in this business, you understand that you are responsible for making sure that there's windows and doors are intact, whether you have zoning or not. You can't wait till
No,
zoning.
no. Yeah, I understand. I understand that now. And actually is actually windows behind the boards, but it was broken into. So that's the only reason the boards are up.
Okay.
If I may, I have a question. Wouldn't it have been appropriate for Mr. Isaac to apply for a vacant property license?
I did. I have a vacant property license.
Have you submitted a copy of that to the, is that on record? I would think that.
It's on record with L&I. It's in your system. It comes up when you go on L&I website.
So you saying that it's your assertion that the windows are not broken out. You just had the boards up there to protect the existing windows.
Yes, I had the supply line. I had a permit for the supply line to get changed out from lead to copper, and then the house was broken into. They flooded the house. They took the new water meter out, flooded the house. So I boarded up the first floor windows, the ones that they just kept going in. It's windows behind it, but it was just accessible. So I just boarded them out. Like I said, I didn't know about the ordinance.
It'd be better. You would be in compliance if you boarded them from the inside.
Oh, sorry about it. I didn't know that.
So that would be a one way to deal with this. Board them up from the inside and just make sure your doors are secured.
Yeah, there's doors on the front and back of the property. It was just the windows. The front of the house got a porch roof. They came in through the second floor one time, so I boarded up those. And then the first floor, they came in multiple times that way. So I boarded those. I didn't know I could put the boards on the inside.
Do you have any evidence? Do you have photographs, any other evidence that you in fact had windows in those openings?
I don't.
Okay. So you understand that this is similar to a court hearing, understand? Correct? And
Yes,
if you're going to appeal, you need to come with your information and independently verifiable records.
Yeah, had I known if what you're saying now is new information, I can give you. Well, if it's too late, I understand. But the windows, switching the boards to the inside of the house and showing you that it was windows on the outside of the house, I could have did that, but I just thought that you guys didn't want to see boards on the windows, period.
Well, that would help. I mean, boards on the outside are a lot worse. It just creates a major standard of living issue for the community when that happens.
No, like I said, I understand. Like there's plans with the city right now. I'm waiting for Mr. Albert Pastor to approve them, and I'm going ahead with the renovation. That's the only thing I was asking when I first got the first violation. That's the only thing I wasn't trying to leave the house sitting vacant and abandoned. I keep up with the maintenance. There's never issue with the grass, debris, or trash, nothing like that. It's just the break-ins. I couldn't, I can't keep up with the house. I don't live close to the house, so I just boarded the windows. I didn't know that was a problem.
Ms. Skiles, do you recall if the record indicates the permit application date, or do you have a inspector
Permit
who could
date is
confirm that?
August of
No,
this
I'm
year.
asking for a different. Is there a record of one, a vacant property license, and two, an application for a building permit?
The building permit, I'd have to check there. The vacant property license actually expired last week, so there's no current vacant property license.
Okay. All right. Ms. Jones, did you have anything else to offer?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, just
Yes,
real
sir.
quick. I was my understanding that the license expired last week.
Yes.
Was it in force during this period of these violations? Was the vacant property license enforced during the violations?
The vacant property license was active when I wrote the violations. He didn't get a violations for his license. He got the violations for the property itself.
Okay, so I understand now. He got the violations for the windows and doors.
Yes, and anything on the exterior.
Okay.
Yes.
And so,
I'm sorry if that was the confusion. There wasn't a violation for not having the vacant property license. It was the property maintenance violations.
okay. And Ms. Jones, do you have access to records to determine if a building permit has been applied for?
He applied for it August the 5th of 2022.
Repeat that date, please.
August the 5th, 2022.
That's when he applied for a building permit?
That's what I'm seeing.
Okay, and I assume it shows, or does it show plumbing and electrical also applied for or issued?
It just says complete renovation of existing single-family residence.
Okay, August 5th. Okay, all right,
Mhm.
thank you. Okay, so that would mean that theoretically, has that, Ms. Jones, has that permit been issued or it's just applied for?
Nope, it has not been issued.
Okay, Mr. Isaac, any reason why you haven't picked up your permit and completed the process?
They haven't told me it was approved or issued yet.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
if I may, Mr. Isaac has to wait for the process of the examiner to complete the review. And once the review is completed for the residential property renovation, they will issue it. At that time, it will be necessary for the plumbing and electrical to be applied to that. So he's
Okay.
good until then.
any idea what the time frame is at, Mr. Tennant?
If he just applied on the 5th, it should have been within a 22-day period, but they're a little behind because they're overwhelmed with work.
Okay,
Well, what
Okay.
I'm seeing as of right now, the permit is on hold. It says something about owing taxes.
Then he's not tax compliant and they will not, it's probably ready for issuance, but he needs to solve that hold by getting a tax compliance. So he needs to check with the
So-
Department of Revenue to
Can I just
see.
check? Can I check in real quick? I'm sure I don't owe no taxes. I'm never not tax compliant. If you could double check that.
okay. Now, what you will need to do, sir, is check in with the examiner and find out why your application is on hold, and he would explain that to you, okay?
Okay, I was just under the assumption, like the guy said, I know the city is like moving a little slower than usual, so I was just being patient. I didn't want to harass nobody or get nobody upset, but I just
Well-
thought the process was the process.
You have violations against you, and you're now sitting before a hearing pending a further sanction. So patience probably is not what you want to be
No,
worried
I
about
understand
right
what you're
now.
saying, but I don't know how far that went calling somebody and asking them to like speed me through or streamline. I'm okay, I understand. I get on that.
Anything? Thank you for Mr. Tennant. Anything
welcome.
else from anyone? Okay, Ms. Giles, given where we are, I'm wondering, is there, the issue here is compliance. And I think Mr. Isaac has attempted to comply to a certain degree. Is there any issue in terms of health and safety to the public?
I mean, I think having the windows boarded up does pose a danger to the health and safety of the neighbors. It's creating a nuisance. And I don't think, I mean, we're just asking for a city affirm for the violations today. There has been no contest really that the violation exists at the property, and it was issued over
Okay.
a year ago now.
Okay.
And I would argue that obtaining permits really wasn't an attempt to even comply those violations. He left the windows just boarded up without an attempt to replace them for over a year now. He hasn't even applied. He didn't even apply for the permit until nearly a year after the issuing of the violation. So we would just be asking for a city affirm for the violations today.
Okay. All right, thank you. Before we call a vote on this, Mr. Isaac, you have any further comment that you'd like to make?
No, I'm not really sure the language you use, but I was trying to get the building zone for a duplex. It was a single family. So some of that year process was that the windows, I had no issue of, like, whenever the city said I could renovate the property, I would renovate the property gladly. But I can't move it. If I do that, then it'll be another problem. So
Okay.
I understand. I understand. Like I said, I'm not that kind of person. So I understand the rules. I was like, if I had known the rules, I would have put the boards inside. I didn't know that. I do that now if that'll help, like. But I'm waiting on the permit to be issued, and I could renovate the whole property and be out of y'all here. But
Okay, Mr.
Yeah.
Mr. Isaac, is if you're going to own and invest in real estate in Philadelphia, I would advise you, and I'm not an attorney, you may want the advice of a good solid attorney to work with you in these matters, because these are complex issues. And that we want you to be compliant in every respect, and also want you to be successful if that's your business. You understand?
yes, sir.
Okay. With regard then to HA, just want to make sure I have the number here. HA-2021-004422, Demetrius Isaac, 2550 West Cumberland, city affirmed with a 60-day stay of enforcement.
City affirms 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 60-day stay.
Mr. Isaac, this is what just happened. We voted to affirm the city's violation notice, but giving you 60 days before they can take any further enforcement action, understand? So that
Yes.
gives you 60 days to get your tax matter resolved and to get the permits working and to change those boards around. Understood?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Okay, what do we have next?
Brings us to case number 15. Hearing
Okay.
appeal number HA 2021-004451. This is a use registration permit, 1900 South 23rd Street, Scott Hua.
And Amy Skiles on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, Ms. Skiles. Is Mr. Hua present?
Yes,
Okay. Sir, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Hua, just want to check in with you regarding ownership of the property. Are you the sole owner of the property?
Yes,
Okay, so who else? Are there any other names on the deed?
this is my wife, Lindsay Ann.
Okay, and are you two own it as husband and wife?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. And I don't believe, Ms. Skiles, that represents a entity issue, standing issue.
No.
Okay, so let's proceed.
And the city's witness is Inspector Terrell Smith.
Excuse me, Chair, Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
don't forget the swearing.
Yes, sir. I just swore Mr. Hua in. I swore him in already. I got to swear Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give be the truth to help you God? We didn't hear your response, sir.
I do.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Skiles?
Yes. Okay. A good afternoon, Inspector Smith. Where are you currently employed?
Philadelphia Department of Licenses and Inspections.
Okay. And how long have you been employed with the Department of Licenses and Inspections?
7 years.
Okay. And are you familiar with the property at 1900 South 23rd Street?
Yes, I was not the original inspector, but it was assigned to me.
Okay, so you have been out to attempt an inspection of the property?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what type of property is it?
It's a mixed-use property, commercial on the first, appears to be apartments on the second.
Okay, and with the board's permission, I will now share my screen.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. Okay, Inspector Smith, let me know when you can see City Exhibit 1.
I can see it.
Okay. And can you tell me what this, what City Exhibit 1 is?
This is a notice of violation.
Okay, and what is the date of this notice of violation?
It appears to be August 26, 2021.
All right. And then what violations were issued to this property?
Zoning violation for the sale of tobacco-related products, certificate of occupancy, fire alarm certification, and a food license violation.
Okay.
Also, a violation for a sign.
For an awning out front?
For awning out front, yes.
Okay. And so have you made a visit to the property recently?
Yes, I did. And apparently the store has been closed for some time now.
Is this still how it looks outside?
Yes, the sign is still there.
Okay, so the awning is still there?
Yes, the awning is still there.
And have they obtained that zoning permit for the awning?
I have not seen any permits for any signs.
Okay, and what about the use registration permit? Have they obtained any of the use registration permit for the building?
No,
What about a certificate of occupancy?
no,
And what about a food license? Have they obtained any of the food licenses?
no,
Okay, so at this time, to your knowledge, they haven't obtained any of the permits or certificates that would have complied all of these violations?
no.
Okay. And did you review the record in preparing for this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you see a fire alarm certification in Eclipse? Have they provided that yet?
None has been submitted.
Okay, and so these are the photographs of the property at the time of its original inspection?
Mhm.
Okay, and you can see here that they were selling food and tobacco products?
Yes,
And here they're again selling hookah and tobacco products?
yes.
And they don't have a permit to sell any of that either?
No, they do not.
Okay. So you said when you went out to the property, you weren't able to gain access to it?
No, I was not.
Okay, but again, they haven't obtained any of the permits that would have complied those violations?
No.
So to your knowledge, the property still remains in violation of those?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions for Inspector Smith. I would offer for cross.
Okay, Mr. Hua, did you have any cross-examination of the inspector, Mr. Smith, based on his testimony? You can share your understanding of the facts at a later time, but any cross-examination? You're muted at the moment, sir. Yes.
Yes, I
please.
do. I supposed to have my lawyer with me though, but he have an illness issue, so he cannot represent me today. So I just do myself. So I have.
Okay, wait a minute, just before we proceed. You do have a lawyer representing you in this matter?
Yeah, but he's have the illness issue though. He cannot represent me today.
And, okay, you're okay with proceeding without your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just one moment. I'm going to seek some quick counsel from my counsel here. Mrs. Jefferson?
He certainly may proceed. I mean, he owns the property and everything in it.
Okay, thank you. All right, sir. Please proceed with your cross-examination of Mr. Smith.
Yes, I own this property more than about almost 15 years. This is a rental property.
Okay, Mr. Hua, what I'm asking though is that do you have any specific questions for Mr. Smith based on the things that he said? If you don't, that's okay. You can just present your case.
Yes, I have the zoning paper.
Okay,
that
let's
they
do
con-
this then. Let's do this. Let's do this. Ms. Skiles, do you have any other witnesses that you're going to call? You're muted.
No further witnesses. Inspector Smith was my only witness for the case.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Hua, give us your side of the your side of the facts. Tell us what's
I
going
have
on.
one question, if I may.
Yeah.
Mr. Smith, when did you go out and make your most recent inspection of the property?
Yesterday.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hua, please proceed.
Yes, I rent to this the tenants on the 2020 before the pandemic. So when we have the list and then he rent my property and he got the zoning papers in here. My lawyer just sent to me, he said I cannot do it for today. So I have the zoning and then they grant the zonings on the December 8, 2020. And the fee they pay for is $155. The change of
Okay.
use,
You have a change of use that was approved?
yes, approved though. I have the
And what
paper here, it's
date
approved.
what date was that?
It's on December 8, 2020.
Okay, that should be in the system. If we could check that, Mr. Smith, if you're at your desk, if you could check the Eclipse or the property record.
Yes, I do. That's true, that he does have the zoning permit, but it still wouldn't cure the violations.
Okay, all right, continue, Mr. Hua.
And also this That's not my business, but they have the secret license they sold to me. There's a secret license, and also my lawyer said that he already sent it to the city. And also, this
What's the
one is,
expiration date on the cigarette license, sir?
I don't have the expiration date is 2025 on the November 30th.
November 30th, and is that the state or the city?
The state.
What about the city license to sell?
I don't know. That's what I got from my tenant.
Oh, let me understand something. You are the owner of the building, but you're not the operator of the business.
No, I'm not. I just rent to the Mr. What's that? His name is Mulazim Asadi.
Okay, is the business still operating today?
No, he been moved out since beginning of this year. He don't pay me rent, and he moved out, and then I keep calling them, try to clean up the stuff for me, but they never responded.
Okay, so, and would you spell that name of the business owner?
So he's from the Egypt. He's a Muslim. M as a Mary, U as a Utah, L is a Larry, A as Apple, Z as a Zoo, Z as Edward, N as a Nancy. That's his first name. And his last name is A as Apple, S as a Susan, S as Susan, A as Apple, E as Edward, D as a dog, I as in India.
Okay, Asadi. Okay, city.
Asadi,
Now,
yes.
Ms. Skiles, I'm wondering here, if the business is operated by a separate entity from the property owner, shouldn't the violations be written to the business owner?
They were also, but it was the property owner who appealed those violations. The business owner did not appeal.
Okay, already. Okay, anything else, Mr. Hewitt, that you want to share with us? You're muted, sir. Can't hear you. You're muted. Mr. Wade, can you unmute him, please?
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Yes.
When I got the letter, violation letter, that's on the very late. I think it's on the August 26th, 2021. I have only 1 week left to submit all the paper. So I got my tenant. I cannot find him. I cannot find him. I have no choice. So if it's because of violation under my name, so I have to go to the city to appeal under my name.
Okay, so is your testimony today that the business is no longer operating?
No operator, yes.
And that it was not being operated by yourself or your wife?
No.
You have a tenant who owned the business and who has since disappeared?
Yes. And I'm sorry, there's a fire alarm certified about 2 weeks ago. I lost the last year. I think I lost it. I just have about 6 months ago. But I called the guy come to certify one more time. This is my paper.
Okay. All right. So you have a fire alarm cert.
About 2 weeks ago. Yes.
Yeah. Ms. Giles, does this seem to be something that if there was a discussion between the parties, between you and the counsel for the appellant, that most of these things could be worked through?
Possibly, we could work something out.
Because I'm concerned about the food license, the tobacco sale
Yes.
license, all that stuff goes away.
Right. I mean, as from my preparation of the case, all of those things have not been obtained. I do not see I don't think the fire alarm has been uploaded in the system. So, and we have not seen any evidence of compliance as of today.
Okay.
Which is why we proceeded with this hearing. Had there been some contact and some evidence of compliance, we could try to work something out. But at this time, we haven't seen any of that.
Okay. Based on his testimony today, I would suggest that we continue this matter so his lawyer can call you and the two of you can sit in a room together or have a phone call. And it sounds like most of this goes away because the business went away and he has the documentation for everything else. It appears. Anyone else on the board would like to weigh in on this? Otherwise, we will continue. Okay.
I would just object to continuing it. The city did put on their case, and even if these violations have been complied or possibly they have paperwork that shows compliance, there was still, the violation was still issued properly, so we would still be asking for a city affirm today.
Except that the tobacco sales and the food license weren't issued to the correct party.
And if I understand correctly, according to Inspector Smith, as well as Mr. Ewa, the store is closed. Mr. Ewa says the tenant moved out at the beginning of the year. And the store, according to Inspector Smith, was inspected yesterday and was vacant. Whether there were inspections that were done between the appeal date and now, it appears there may not have been, but some of these could have been made moot in the interim period. And if there's no grocery store or store there, you may not need a use permit either.
Right, we would just need, I mean, any type of,
Okay,
you know.
let's do this.
documentation.
We're going to continue this so you can have a conversation with him. Thank you very much. Mr. Hua, the matter is continued.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes, yes, sir.
This, is it possible that Mr. Hua can let Mr. Smith into the property to inspect
sure.
it, to see that it's not in operation?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Smith.
Because the only
yeah.
thing that I see from on the paperwork that might be an issue might be the advertising sign.
Right. Certainly. And Mr. Who was attorney, I think, came on earlier and requested that, indicated that he had to leave for a medical matter. And so what I'm suggesting is that Ms. Skiles and his attorney talk and could work it out and arrange whatever inspections are needed. But I think most of this go away, I believe. That's why I'm noting that that's continued. So Mrs. Hua, your case will be continued. Have your attorney connect with Ms. Skiles. Understand? You're muted again. Everybody.
So how do I contact you, Ms. Gill?
Can you put your contact information in the chat, Ms. Skiles? And you're muted. Something's happening with the mute button. Everybody's muted all of a sudden.
Yes, I can.
Sure. So I would like the inspector come to inspect the premise anytime you want it, anytime. I'm
Okay.
ready for that because.
Well, wait just a minute, Mr. Yu. And if the inspector comes, someone has to be there to let him in.
Yes.
And so you have to arrange that. I assume the store is locked, except when, so you have to arrange that meeting.
Definitely.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize for getting in this kind of late, but it just occurred to me a question that I think should be posed to Mr. Hua. And that is whether or not this is the first time he has rented this property to a commercial venture, such as a grocery store or retail cigarette vending place. Is it usually used this way? Was this your first tenant, Mr. Hua?
This is my second tenant. Used to be a restaurant, but they don't cook no more. This is the last tenant. They don't cook no more. They just do the grocery only.
Okay, so you are then familiar, having rented it previously to a restaurant owner, that you have to have a use registration permit for the change in use. Are you not?
Yes, my last tenant did have the zoning, changing the zoning use though. That's after he rented for me.
Are you talking about the restaurant owner?
Yes, they do too.
And did the restaurant owner provide you evidence or proof that he had gotten the correct occupancy certification when he opened the restaurant?
Yes, they have the food license every year. They have to renew the food license every year. So they have the license, everything though.
And did you as the landlord request the same information from this second tenant, the grocery store operator, Mr.
Yes, I did.
Asadi? And did he provide it to you?
He provided me very late because on the pandemic, he went back to his country and the whole country was locked down. He not gonna come back in here, and then he called his lawyer, forward the paper to me.
And when did you get the paperwork?
I think it's late on 2020 something, 2020, the end of the 2020, I got the paper from his lawyer. And then I asked the lawyer, did you submit this paper to the city? He said, yes, he did.
So you're telling us that you had evidence of a correct use registration permit and certificate of occupancy at the end of 2020, but
Yes.
okay, I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We will continue this matter. Thank you. What do we have next, Mr. Wade?
So I can get off now, right? please?
Yes, sir. Have a good
Thank
day.
you. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Next, we have case number 19. Hearing appeal 2021-004-458. Property maintenance appeal of 509 East Tolpenhaken Street.
Okay, who's
Richard-
representing the city?
Great.
Jeffrey Cohen for the city.
Mr. Cohen, good afternoon. Who's representing
Good afternoon.
Mr. Richard Guyton? Anyone present representing Richard Guyton? 509 East Topahawken Street. Mr. Cohen, have you had any conversations or contact with the appellant?
I believe I left him a message around the time that I completed the city's exhibits packet. I don't believe he left an email address in his appeal form, so I contacted him on the phone. I have not heard anything from him.
Okay, well, what is your pleasure?
The city would ask kindly that the board issue a decision of city affirmed for failure to appear.
Okay, Mr. Pincus, what time do you have?
Hello, 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 hello.
Hello? Please identify yourself, please.
Yes, my name is. I'm sorry. My name is Richard Guyton, and I'm on the phone, and I just figured out that it was *6. I'm not on the video, but I am on the phone, and I've been listening ever since this started, like over an hour ago.
Okay, we called your name several times. No one responded.
But that was me, because I was muted because I pushed to say to push *6 to unmute, and I pushed it twice, and it finally worked on like the third time.
Okay, do you have access to a video? So we can see your face.
I could try to. I could try to come on again, but when I came the last time, my phone wasn't doing too well coming onto the Zoom. I can try it again if you want to be patient for a minute.
Hold on a second. Don't do anything. Don't do anything. Mr. Cohen, what is your preference here in terms of, is that number?
The appellant's appeal doesn't actually deny the existence of the violations. He requested additional time to remedy the violations. This was back on September 29th of 2021. It is now almost a year later, and we do have testimony, or would have testimony from the inspector, that the violations do still exist. The city would offer a city affirmed with a 30-day stay, but I believe since it's been, again, a year since Mr. Guyton asked for additional time, that we should move forward today, either with the agreement for 30 days or to get a city affirmed outright.
Okay, is the city comfortable not seeing Mr. Guyton's image?
We don't need to see Mr. Guyton's image, but we do need to project the exhibits, especially the photographs. So
Sure.
if he could join us via smartphone so that he's able to see the screen.
Mr. Guyton? Mr. Guyton? Oh, we're going to swear you in.
Yes, sir.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that you are in fact Richard Guyton, G-Y-T-O-N, the owner of 509 East Tupper Street, Philadelphia, PA?
Yes, sir.
In fact, that you will either swear or affirm that you will be truthful in your testimony today?
Sir.
Okay. Now, is your name the only name on the deed of this property?
Yes, sir.
Is your name the only name on the deed to this property?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My name is the only deed on the property. Yes, sir.
The only name on the property, the only name on the deed. Okay. All right. So just listen and pay attention. Mr. Cohen, representing the city of Philadelphia, will proceed.
Well, if I can first ask if Mr. Guyton would agree to a city affirmed decision with a 30-day stay of enforcement. If the parties agree, then we can dispose of the hearing that way.
30 30 days is some, but I would be more comfortable with 60. Reason why I asked for more time in the past is because it was prior to my bilateral knee surgery. I'm pretty well recovered, but I haven't went to my doctor yet, and he hasn't really approved for me to work on the ladder. And I do like basically my own maintenance at my home. And 30 days is okay, but 60 days will give me more time and will give me enough time to see my doctor, and he could say if it's okay for me to walk on the ladder, if I work on the ladder and that kind of stuff. Because from what I was told, the house doesn't need to be painted. I was told.
That is the matter at issue today, the violation for protective treatment on various exposed wooden outer coverings of the house. That said, it does not need to be Mr. Guyton who does the work. It can be any person who Mr. Guyton, a relative of Mr. Guyton's, a person hired by Mr. Guyton. If Mr. Guyton wishes to do the work himself, that would be fine. I don't think the city would object to 60 days, but I think that's the upper limit of what the city would agree to here. It has been over a year now.
Okay.
And it's been about a year since the appeal was filed.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Guyton. Based on your request and then the agreement concurrence by the city, so that we will poll the board regarding HA-2021-004458. Richard Guyton, 509 East Tupper Hawkins Street. City affirm 60-day stay of enforcement as per the agreement. Mr. Pincus, you're muted.
Yes, sir.
60-day stay, city affirmed 60-day stay per agreement of the parties.
Thank you.
City affirms 60-day stay per agreement.
City affirms 60-day stay per agreement of the parties.
City affirms 60-day stay per the agreement of the parties.
Thank you very much. You have 60 days, Mr. Guyton, to get things in order. Okay, thank you very much.
I just had one question.
Yes, sir.
My one question is that if I complete this, do I need to notify the city, or will they just come out, or do I notify them, or what do I do if I'm in compliance?
Yeah, re-inspection process, Mr. Cohen. How's that working?
Well, we do have Inspector Keona Neal here with us today. She can speak to the re-inspection process from L&I's end, but typically, since this is an exterior matter, L&I can just come by and take a look. You know, they stop by, get out of their car, take a look, maybe take a photograph to see whether the violations have been complied or not.
Will he receive notice? Will Mr. Guyton receive
I would
notice?
actually ask if Inspector Neal could provide her contact info, just to put it in the chat. That way, Mr. Guyton could reach out to her if, for example, the protective coating is applied earlier, or if she needs to contact him, maybe he could put his contact information in the chat as well, so there can be a two-way exchange.
I don't think it can be done if Mr. Guyton is only on by phone and not.
Oh, that's correct. In that case, Mr. Guyton, do you have an email address?
I do.
If you could please let me know what that email address is. And sorry?
Excuse me, it's RJG PUP.
Sorry, could you start over and speak up? I can't make that out over the background noise.
Okay, it's RJG PUP.
I got
gmail.com.
I got RJG and then you cut out.
PUP.
Sorry, I think we're having some trouble here. I got RJG, but then I couldn't make out the last letters.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Guyton. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Guyton. Did you include your email address on your appeal form?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so let's check the appeal form for the email address.
It's written a little, it appears
Oh,
to be
okay.
rjgpup@gmail.com.
Then I stand corrected. I thought that this was the form that did not have the email address on it. Now that I have your email address, Mr. Guyton, I will email you so that you can get in contact with the inspector. And that way, when you're ready, when the protective coating has been applied, you can reach out.
Thank you.
Thank you
Okay,
very much.
thank you very much. Okay. All righty.
Okay, thank you. Everybody have a nice day.
Okay, have a good afternoon. What are we at next, Mr. Ward? Mr. Wade?
Number 21,
Hello, Your Honor. Hello, Your Honor.
Yes,
number 21, appeal
Yes.
number HA 2021-004-549. 2224 Van Pelt Street, Ramiz Saleh.
Yes, here.
And members of the board, this is my appeal as well.
okay. All right. Sir, Mr. Ramiz Saleh.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not seeing an image. It's very blurry, so. I'm not
I
sure.
see, there we go. I see an iPhone, or what was an iPhone screen. I think the camera is still moving around.
Okay. Mr. Saleh, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Now, the property at 2224 Van Pelt Street, is your name the only name on the deed of that property?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now the other thing, Mr.
To issue a
Saleh,
correction for the board, the deed to the property, which the city has included in its exhibits packet, was issued to K&N Investment and Construction LLC. To my knowledge, based on the appeal form that Mr. Saleh filed, he is not the owner, but an occupant, or he claims to be an occupant of the property.
Okay, Mr. Saleh, would you clarify that for us, please?
I actually own the company also. K&N Investments is my company.
Okay, now, okay, that means you need to have an attorney, Mr. Saleh.
Yes.
You have to remain stationary. We can't have a hearing if you keep moving around. Okay. Now you have to, given this is a corporate ownership, so the corporation owns the property, according to the city records. You have an attorney representing you in this matter?
No, sir.
Okay, you have to have an attorney. As a corporate ownership, you have to have an attorney.
Okay, so I need an attorney.
Yes, to process an appeal. That was written on the appeal notice you received. In the violation notices, rather, and the appeal forms you completed.
Okay, so what do I have to do? Basically hire an attorney and
Yes.
reappeal it, or how would that work?
If you want to continue this appeal, you have to hire an attorney.
Okay.
Now, you can withdraw the appeal if you choose, but again, an attorney has to represent your interest at this board.
Okay, the reason why is because they didn't have none of the paperwork, because they had asked me for the bills to prove that I lived at the property. And like when I was looking at the paperwork, none of that paperwork was included, which
Okay.
was the electric bill, my cable bill.
No, that's Mr. Saleh. That's irrelevant for where we are right now. The issue is that you've stated on the record that K&M Investments owns the property, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Therefore, K&M needs to be represented by an attorney at the hearing.
Well,
okay.
If I may, Chairman, the appeal was sent to this board claiming occupancy at the property. So it's not necessarily the ownership entity of the property that is filing the appeal, but in fact, Mr. Saleh as an individual, as a purported occupant of the property, I believe he might be able to proceed as an individual claiming to be an occupant. But the city intends to prove today that he in fact does not reside at the property and the property is in fact vacant.
Okay, now how fine a point do we need to put on? Do we need to see a lease agreement between himself and K&M?
Well, as the city claims, there is actually no one living at this property, there wouldn't be a lease agreement.
Okay. Okay, my trusty counsel, Mr. Jefferson.
Well, I mean, if he is the occupant and not a member of the corporation which owns the property, then he can pursue the appeal. However, the violations specifically addressed are those that basically require correction by an owner, not by an occupant. So I don't know what his interest would be with respect to, getting a vacant property license and broken windows and boarded up.
As an offer of proof, the only violation still outstanding is the vacant license violation. The other physical violations have been marked complied by L&I.
Okay, which would not be for him to obtain.
That is correct.
Okay. So it doesn't seem like he would have any standing with respect to the appeal, or he can't be aggrieved because he can't comply with the violation.
As a tenant, as an occupant.
Yeah.
Except he's indicated that he is K&N. He's indicated that he's the corporation. It's his company. So
Okay.
that's where,
But if he's living in the property, you wouldn't need a vacant property license.
But the city's contention here is that he
Yeah,
is
he's
not in
not.
fact living at the property and that this is essentially a false claim.
Okay.
Yeah, but I have the gas.
Wait, Mr. Solid, wait a minute. It's not your turn yet.
Okay.
So I'm
so
just trying to resolve this issue of standing and whether we should proceed. That's all.
So that takes us back to the owner.
Yeah.
The corporation basically is the owner, they're the ones that need to resolve whether or not a vacant property license is required or not. The occupant doesn't have, unless he's going to present some type of legal document that's going to save the owner. And I don't think he's going to, because as Ms. Penn has already stated, he's a part of the corporation. So.
Okay, so we're at the point where he still needs an attorney to represent his interests, I guess.
Right.
Okay. All right, Mr. Cohen, I think that's where we're stuck. We need Mr. Seller to have an attorney represent his interests in this matter. before
Well,
the
as this
board.
is Mr. Salah's appeal, and as being the person filing the appeal on behalf of the corporation, he should have known that he needs, as he needs in this board, in any court before, in the state of Pennsylvania, he needs an attorney to represent the corporate interest. I believe we can then proceed with the city affirmed for technical failure to appear, or that this can otherwise be moved forward on and decided so that the city doesn't have to pull its inspector again for a further hearing because of Mr. Saleh's failure.
Well, we have been fairly consistent, the board has, in terms of its approach to these matters. And we have required appellants to go back to get attorneys to continue cases for that purpose. And so in this instance, I think we're going to do the same thing. The fine point of the law, we can't get around. And that is that he needs it's a corporate entity. He needs an attorney. And given where we are, we can't really, I'm not prepared to hold a vote on this matter today without him being properly represented, and this matter being properly represented. So I know that it creates some inconvenience for the city, but in this instance, that's where we are. Do I have any other comments from board members? If not, we're going to note this as continued. Mr. Salah, you go and get yourself an attorney and determine whether you want to reappeal this matter, appeal this violation or not. Understand that there's a time pressure on you. If you don't do it right away, you're going to be untimely, and the city will have won its case.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
right.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen, for a very
Thank you,
cogent
members of the
argument,
board.
but we have to do that. Okay. What do we have next?
Case number 23, appeal number HA 2021-004-720, 7170 Andrews Avenue, Sherry D. Oliver.
Okay. Who's representing the city?
Good afternoon. Amy Skiles on behalf of the city, but
I'm sorry, I
Did you-
apologize, Amy. I'm sorry.
it's okay.
Mr. Chairman, cases number 35 and 36, both the city witness and I believe the attorney prior requested that they had a hard stop. I believe the city's losing its witness at 3:45.
Okay.
Would it
Already.
be possible to call those two cases?
Okay, we have requests because of other pending matters. Okay. Ms. Giles, are you happen to be on those cases as well?
Yes, I have cases number 35 and 36. And if the board would permit, would be losing a witness soon, so I would just request that we could hear those now.
Okay, so let's move to those two matters then.
Okay, just to confirm that the attorney for urban beautification is still on. I believe it was.
I am, sir.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I think at this point I would have known how to do that, but Stuart Weingrad for Urban Beautifications. I'm pitching in for John DeVirgilis on behalf of Urban Beautification.
Okay, so would you spell your last name, please?
Sure. Stuart, S-T-U-A-R-T, Weingrad, W-I-N-E-G-R-A-D.
Okay. Alrighty. Would you read those matters in?
Would you read both of them in or one at a time? We'll take.
I think we should be able to, Ms. Giles, unless you object, we should be able to hear those as one matter, correct?
Yes, I agree. I think that would be most efficient.
Yeah, so read the number and the appeal for each one
Okay.
separately, but we'll hear it as one case.
Okay, case number 35, appeal number HA 2022-002145. This is 1730 Wharton Street, Urban Beautification LLC. Case number 36, appeal number HA 2022-003596, 1730 Wharton Street, Urban Beautification LLC.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Giles?
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon. This is an appeal of a violation that the AIU department has issued and a notice to revoke a contractor's license. I have 3 witnesses. I'll begin with Inspector Thomas Costello.
Okay. Mr. Costello, are you present?
I am.
Okay, raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
Thank you very much. Ms. Giles?
Okay, yes. Okay, Inspector Costello, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed Central West District, LNI.
Okay, and how long have you been employed with LNI?
It'll be 4 years in March.
4 years. And are you familiar with the property at 1730 Wharton Street?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that property?
I was there several times on complaints, violations, stop work orders, being disobeyed, damage to property, police calls, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, and what type of building stands on 1730 Wharton Street?
It's a church.
Okay, and with the board's permission, may I share my screen?
Yes, please.
I just want to scroll. Sorry. Is this the building that stands on 1730 Wharton Street?
It is.
Okay, and what was the date of your first visit to the site?
June 8th, 21.
Okay, and what called you out to this property on June 8th, 2021?
I believe it was a complaint
And what did you discover when you were there?
that they were working without permits. Stop work order was removed from the door, ripped down, and they wouldn't answer the door to let me in to inspect or cooperate at all.
Okay, did you see anyone working that day?
I saw workers in there that day, yes, I believe.
Okay, and at that time, the building was under a stop work order.
Correct.
And do you know when that stop work order was issued?
I do not.
Okay.
I did not issue it.
Okay. So did you have an opportunity to revisit the property?
Several times, yes.
Okay, and so when did you next revisit the property?
November 24th.
November 24th. And now I am showing you a photograph. It's identified as City Exhibit 1. This is marked November 24th. Can you tell us what we are looking at in this photograph?
You're looking at shingles from the roof, 2 to 3 stories high, just being offloaded, basically dropped from the roof. They spread out across the street, down the block, on cars and backyards, on the intersection, the streets, everywhere.
Okay. And so was there any mechanism? So the shingles were being removed from the roof of this building,
Correct.
and they were just being swept off the top of the church?
Swept, dropped, yes, all the above.
Okay. Okay, and so when you, was there any sidewalk barriers, anything to protect pedestrians put up at the time of your visit on November 24th?
Nothing, no.
Okay, and you said, did you observe any damage to cars or neighboring properties?
I noticed damage to some cars. They are in my photos and the file notes on the case.
Okay.
The neighbors on this street behind the church were complaining they had damage, but I couldn't access their yards.
Okay. And this photograph, is this a fair and accurate depiction of how the subject premises looked the day that you visited on November 24th?
That's the sidewalk, yes, that does represent it, but that doesn't represent the streets, the alleyway, or the rear yards.
Okay, and so you observed debris in the streets and the alleyway and the rear yards. This is just a small portion of that.
Correct.
Okay. And then once again, what is this photograph depict?
That's now just further down on that same, it's the other side of that photograph. And
Okay.
extends beyond the actual property line or sidewalk in front of the church.
Okay. And was there still a stop work order in effect
There
the
was,
day that you visited on November 24th?
yes,
Okay. And so did you observed all of this work taking place in violation of that stop work order?
yes,
And so did you post another stop work order that day?
I believe I did.
I
Also,
can zoom in.
You can zoom in if that was mine. That's the 24th.
Can you see the date
That
of
is my,
that?
yes, I did. Yes,
Okay. So when you visited the property on November 24th, you also posted another stop work order?
yes,
Okay. And then did you go back out to the subject premises?
I did. But can I note on that day that I was there, I also had 2 police officers show up.
Okay.
15th District, who also logged, their visit along with their body cam footage of debris, basically falling down on all 3 of us in the alleyway in the back.
Okay.
I was doing my inspection. They accompanied me.
Okay.
Okay.
And so then did you have were you called back out to the subject premises?
I was on the 29th.
Okay. And I'll move on to City Exhibit 2. Once again, this photograph is date stamped November 29th. Is this a fair and accurate representation of how the property looked on November 29th?
It is.
And so once again, what are we looking at here?
Can I see the bottom of the time?
Yes.
That one as well?
Sure.
Yeah, that's the number, November 29th. I'm not sure. That is the 29th. Okay, yes, so it's the same work continues as on the 24th.
Okay. And so despite your reposting of the stop work order on November 24th, this work continued.
Correct.
And between the 24th, November 24th, 2001 and November 29th, 2001, had there been any effort to block off the sidewalk to protect pedestrians?
Not to the best of my knowledge.
And had there been any other safety measures taken, or were these tiles still being just swept or thrown off the roof of the church?
To the best of my knowledge, they didn't take any safety precautions and work continued the entire time.
Okay. And here's another photograph taken on November 29th, 2001. What are we looking at in this photograph?
Just more debris from the roof now extending to the neighboring properties, beyond the building envelope sidewalk. So you can see how much further it's coming down on the private properties.
Right, you can see some of those shingles landing on the neighboring steps.
Correct.
And so did you repost a stop work order on November 29th?
I don't believe so. If you scan down, I don't believe that's me. No, that was not me.
Okay, but someone did post and repost the stop work order on November 29th?
Correct.
Okay. And if you can see, this is the original stop work order. What date? Can you see the date that this was posted?
3/25/21.
Okay. And to your knowledge, had that stop work order ever been lifted?
Not to my knowledge.
I have no further questions at this time for Inspector Costello. I would offer for cross.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Reingrad, you have any cross-examination?
Just a couple questions, but before we get started, I just want to make sure, is Victor Sanders on the line?
Is Victor Sanders your witness?
Yes, I just want to make sure he's here. Mr. Sanders? No? All right. I mean, I just want to make sure my intention was to call him in defense. He was on the line, but I'm at a bit of a disadvantage. I don't mind cross-examining, but in terms of bringing in our defense, if he's not around, it's going to be a bit of a problem.
Well, okay, you have to understand though, that is your responsibility as the appellant to be prepared for these hearings. So do you have any cross of Mr. Costello?
Just a couple questions. I know, I just want to say that Mr. Sanders was here. Mr. Sanders, you're here?
Hello?
Mr.
Hello?
Sanders?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you. All right, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to make sure he was here.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Costello?
Hello? Hello?
Just one moment, Sir, what is it? Would you identify yourself, sir?
I'm Victor Sanders.
Okay, Mr. Sanders, your attorney is in the middle of cross-examining a witness, so he'll get to you shortly. Just stand by, okay?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Costello?
Yes, sir.
Okay, in terms of you coming to the property, did you speak with anybody from Urban Beautification LLC while you were there?
I am not sure who the employees were. Don't know who they worked for. I just know where they were working.
Okay, so you have, as we sit here today, you have no idea that whether the people on the roof were employees of Urban Beautification LLC?
I have no proof of such, no.
Okay. It looks like, I just want to make sure, when you were there it looks like at least on 3 occasions, right? June 8, November 24, November 29, 2021, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and each time you were there, did you see work being done or just the remnants of work being done?
I saw work being done.
Okay, and again, as you said, with this work being done, at no time did you speak with did you see Urban Beautification employees doing the work, to your knowledge?
Correct.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Giles, you have any additional witnesses?
No, I do have additional witnesses. I don't have any recross of Inspector Costello.
Okay.
And so my next witness would be Inspector Jose Ramos.
Okay.
And if Inspector Costello could be excused.
Well, not just yet. I want him to hang around for a minute until we hear the appellant's case.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Ramos, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth to help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Inspector Ramos, where are you currently employed?
L9 Audits and Investigations.
And how long have you been employed with LNI Audits and Investigations?
L9, 8 years, Audits and Investigation, about 1.5 years to 2 years.
Okay, okay. And what does your role entail?
We get called out to do investigations of contractors to make sure they're following proper procedures, using proper clientele and contractors, make sure their insurance is up to date, things of that nature.
And are you familiar with the property at 1730 Wharton Street?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with that property?
Me and my partner got called out. There was information that there was work going on through a stop work order. So we went out there to investigate, took some pictures.
And what did you discover when you, so you made a site visit to 1730 Wharton Street? And what date was that?
I don't have the date in front of me. It's on my pictures that I believe council had.
Okay, was it in November of 2021?
Yes.
And what did you discover when you were there?
Several people working on site, loading up sheathing material for the roof. There was a lift there. It was a windy day. I told the operator to stop using the lift because it was in danger of hitting the electrical lines that were not covered by PICO.
And was there was the property under a stop work order on the day that you visited?
Yes.
And you personally observed people continuing to work on the property under the stop work order?
Yes.
And when you make site visits, do you check OSHA certifications or licenses?
Absolutely, yes.
And did you discover anything or find out anyone was not OSHA certified or not licensed when you made your visit?
I believe 8 workers were not OSHA certified and 2 workers had OSHA cards.
Okay, so of the 10 workers you observed, 8 of them were not OSHA certified?
Correct.
Okay. And did you observe anyone else on the site when you were there?
Mr. Sanders were there. The 2 employees that there was a woman in the car who claimed to be the site supervisor, and there was a gentleman operating the forklift or the high reach, and those the 2 individuals that had the OSHA cards.
Okay, and so Mr. Sanders was on site the day that you visited?
He wasn't primarily, and the woman in the car called him, and then he arrived.
Okay, so you did get a chance to meet with him and speak with him?
Absolutely.
And was he aware of the stop work order?
He was aware.
And do you know who it was in the car, the woman in the car that you were speaking with?
I didn't get her name. My partner, Mr. Stewart, got her information.
Okay. I have no further questions at this time for Inspector Ramos.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Weingart, any cross-examination?
Thank you, sir. So can you give us the day that you were there at the scene?
I don't have the day in front of me. It's on my timestamp of my photographs.
Okay. But so as of, can you tell the chair right now what day you were there?
It was sometime in November 2021.
You can't, although you can't offer the specific day.
No, it's on my timestamp photos.
Just before you proceed, Mrs. Scalzo, are you planning to present those timestamp photos that are referenced?
I was not, but I can refresh recollection with those timestamped photos.
Yeah, in addition to the questions asked by the appellant's counsel, the board would be interested in knowing the dates as well, specific dates.
If you just give me 1 second.
If, Mr. Chair, if I could, while she's pulling that up, we can get back to the date in a second.
Okay,
Might
sure.
I continue?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. Mr. Ramos, there was a woman in the car. As you stated, you don't remember her name.
No, I do not.
Do you know what her relationship was, if any, with urban beautification?
I know she worked for Urban Beautification. She was the site supervisor.
A site supervisor, you said?
Yes,
And when you came up to the scene, she was sitting in a car?
she was in the car, yes.
What time of day did you come?
Midday.
Midday, so like 3 o'clock?
I don't know the exact time, sir.
And you mentioned that you had a conversation with Victor Sanders?
Yes,
Okay, and did that also occur midday?
at the time of the inspection, yes.
How long were you at the scene?
Maybe an hour.
And did Mr. Sanders identify himself and what his role is with urban beautification?
Yes, he did.
Did he explain to you that it was a different entity doing work on the roof?
No, he didn't.
All right, that's all the questions I have. I'm understanding that Attorney Skiles is gonna ask about the
Yes,
date.
Ms. Skiles, are you able to produce those specific dates?
Yes,
time.
I can tell the board based on the records, or if you prefer, I can show the photograph and refresh recollection that
Well,
way.
let's do this. Tell us based on the record.
It was November 30th, 2021.
And what time of day?
The timestamped photographs indicate 11:32 a.m.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Weingrad, does that satisfy your question?
I'm satisfied. Thank you, Mr.
All
Chair.
right, thank you. Okay, Ms. Skiles, you have any additional witnesses?
Yes, my final witness is Director Fernandez.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fernandez, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Place your hand down. Ms. Skiles?
Okay, so Mr. Fernandez, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the Department of Licenses and Inspections.
And what is your position?
I'm the Director of Audits and Investigations.
And what does that role entail?
Among several responsibilities, we ensure compliance with license conditions for contractors and other trade licensees. That involves issuing license violations when we determine that the terms and conditions of a license have been violated. It also includes issuing notices of suspension when the violations we establish support that and we determine that it's appropriate.
And why would a case get referred to your unit?
For a number of reasons, typically related to, I think, what you could generally call contractor malfeasance. Certainly repeatedly violating a stop work order would be referred to us. Something like working without permits could be referred to us. Generally speaking, the rule of thumb is that the construction inspectors are responsible for ensuring that the buildings being built match the approved plans. We're responsible for making sure that contractors conduct their businesses and of course they're contracting in accordance with the code.
Okay, and are you familiar with Urban Beautification LLC?
I am. I administered the investigation that resulted from Inspector Costello's referral.
Okay, so it was the work done at 1730 Wharton Street that prompted the investigation into Urban Beautification.
That is correct.
Okay, so did you, and if with the board's permission, I will share my screen. And can you see what is marked as City Exhibit 3?
I can, yes.
And what is City Exhibit 3?
This is the notice of intent to suspend the license held by Urban Beautifications LLC.
Okay, and when was this letter sent?
It was issued on April 4th, 2022.
Okay, and did you send this to Mr. Sanders or a representative of Urban Beautification?
Yes, I did. I sent this by email to Mr. Sanders. He sent a response that indicated he had received it and would be appealing it. I believe I likely copied Mr. Sanders' lawyer on that email. It was also sent by mail to that Fifth Street address you see on the notice, which is the address provided by Mr. Sanders on his most recent license renewal, or if he failed to update it, perhaps on an earlier license renewal or application.
Okay. So I'm now going to show you City Exhibit 4. Is this a copy of that email that you sent to Mr. Sanders indicating, attaching that letter with the intent to revoke his license?
Yes, it is. And first and foremost, I want to correct myself. I evidently did not copy Mr. Sanders's attorney on this email. But yes, that is indeed the issuance of the suspension notice alongside its mailing by either first class or, return receipt requested mail.
And this does show that he did receive that email.
Yes, I would say that response indicates that he received the email and intends to appeal.
Okay. And so as part of your investigation, did you conduct an interview with Mr. Sanders?
I did. I interviewed Mr. Sanders on December 7th of 2021.
And why did you interview Mr. Sanders? How did you come to be in contact with him as the representative of Urban Beautification?
After Inspector Costello performed the inspection or investigation on November 29th and realized that stop work order was still being violated, the site conditions were still extremely unacceptable to say the least, he referred it over to us. The first thing we did is send our inspectors out into the field. When we found work continuing yet again, further violations involving OSHA safety certifications, work for workers on site, we determined that an interview was necessary and appropriate in order to further our investigation and uncover all possible or all likely violations of the Philadelphia Code occurring at the site.
And what was that date that you sent investigators to the site?
That was November 30th, the day after Inspector Costello went to the site and observed those shingles all over the sidewalk and street, and of course work continuing in violation of the stop work order.
Okay. And so when did you interview Mr. Sanders?
Approximately 1 week after those inspections on December 7th of 2021.
Okay. And what did you learn during that interview?
We learned a good amount of relevant and important information. I would say first, Mr. Sanders confirmed that he was in charge of all of the work involving the roof of the church. He disclosed that he had hired a subcontractor called Workhorse Roofing. I then reviewed our licensing system and observed that Workhorse Roofing had not been licensed in approximately 5 years. Their contractor license had expired in mid-2016, or I think it might have been April 2016, and had not been renewed since. I also learned that Mr. Sanders intentionally violated the stop work orders that had been posted at the site on November 24th and November 29th. I asked him, did you violate the stop work order? He said yes. I asked him how come, and he discussed how the CLIP system was flawed and that the permit should have been issued and there's glitches, and that he felt that it was okay for him to work because of those technical issues. Beyond that, I think those are the facts that were learned during the interview that contributed directly to the violations alongside, and of course, the notice of intent to suspend. There is one other thing that we had previously learned that I asked about during the interview. In all of my interactions with Urban Beautification to that point, I had emailed and gotten a response. You heard Inspector Ramos say how Mr. Sanders was summoned to the site when there were issues. It was evident that Mr. Sanders was the day-to-day operator of Urban Beautifications. When I was reviewing their licensing history, I saw that the company, or that the company was in fact owned by a different person. The name is escaping me right now, but it will come to me in a moment, and I believe it's in some of the documents that you're going to show. I learned that that person who is legally the owner of the company was Mr. Sanders's wife. She had filed an affidavit with the department so that she didn't have to provide proof of workers' compensation insurance, stating that she was a sole proprietor and had no employees. During the interview, I asked Mr. Sanders why he wasn't the owner of the company, yet seemed to be operating it. Not only did he admit to doing all of the day-to-day operations of the company, he said he didn't know why it was in his wife's name, that it had just been organized like that. And then he described himself as a project manager or employee of the company that was compensated by 1099.
Okay. Okay. So over the course of your interview, Mr. Sanders did confirm that he was in charge of the work being performed on the roof at 1730 Wharton Street.
That is correct.
Okay. And he hired, you said, this subcontractor Workhorse?
That is correct. Yes. Workhorse Roofing.
Okay. And as you testified, they had not been licensed for 5 years?
Yes, their license had been expired without renewal since 2016, which means that we don't have in our records any information showing whether they have liability insurance, workers' compensation insurance, et cetera.
Okay. And was Mr. Sanders aware of that?
That I do not know.
Okay. And so now I will, with the board's permission, I will share
Please.
my screen. Okay. And can you see what is marked City Exhibit 5?
I can, yes.
And what is this document?
This is a licensing violation notice as opposed to a notice of violation, which means it's an AIU document issued to the license, not to the property, citing violations of the license conditions. As you can see, the Philadelphia Code sections that are being referenced are in Title 9, 1004, which is the contractor license section. These are the violations that we issued in January while the investigation was still pending. And not too long, I guess approximately a month after we interviewed Mr. Sanders.
Okay. And what license violations are cited in this violation notice?
The first violation is for hiring an unlicensed subcontractor. The second violation is, or I think the next 8 violations will be for the 8 workers that Inspector Ramos observed on site on November 30th that did not have the 10-hour job site safety training course provided by OSHA, which is required for every worker that sets foot on a Philadelphia job site. Finally, there were multiple violations issued for the repeated violation of stop work orders.
Okay. And so in your interview with Mr. Sanders, you stated that he knowingly violated those stop work orders.
Yes, he admitted to it and attempted to justify it.
Okay. And then this final violation, I don't know if we mentioned the failure to protect pedestrian safety.
Yes, based on my conversations with various technical code experts, the correct way to remove shingles from the roof of a house is in an orderly fashion through a tunnel kind of thing that is built. It is completely unacceptable to be shoving them or pushing them, brushing them, throwing them off the roof of a structure, particularly when you haven't taken steps to secure the sidewalk and there are pedestrians passing through freely.
Okay. And so you discussed during the course of your investigation, you also discovered another license violation.
Yes, at the end of our investigation, concurrently with the issuance of the notice of intent to suspend, you'll see the date is dated 1 day after, but that's because notices don't mail until the next date. So they are post dated by 1 day at the time of issuance. So concurrently, when we concluded our investigation, we determined that we still had 1 violation encountered during the investigation that we had not yet issued. And it was false information provided on a license application. We had determined that the sole proprietor affidavits filed by Mr. Sanders's wife in both 2022 and 2021 constituted false information since Mr. Sanders identified himself as a project manager and employee, confirmed that he was paid for his services. And additionally, Inspector Ramos had encountered the person at the site who had identified herself as the site safety manager and summoned Mr. Sanders to the site.
Okay. And so that notice of violation is what we're looking at here, City Exhibit 6?
That is correct. And one last note, seeing this document has refreshed my recollection. The name of Mr. Sanders' wife is Gloria Guerrero.
Okay, and then this City Exhibit 7, what is this document?
This appears to be the 2021 sole proprietor affidavit filed so that workers' compensation insurance didn't have to be provided in order to qualify for the contractor license.
And who signed this affidavit?
That is ostensibly Ms. Guerrero's signature.
Okay, and it states clearly self-employed and does not have any employees.
That is correct.
And finally, moving on to City Exhibit 8, what is this document?
This is the 2022 sole proprietor affidavit filed by Urban Beautifications in lieu of providing documentation of workers' compensation insurance.
Okay, and who signed this document?
This is signed by Ms. Guerrero.
Okay, and once again, it states that there are no paid full-time employees that perform services for me.
It says that, it describes her, she describes herself as a sole proprietor. She says, I am the only employee of Urban Beautification.
Okay, and the purpose of this sole proprietor affidavit would mean that you would not have to obtain workers' compensation for your company.
Yeah, that is correct. We have an option. You can opt out of providing workers' comp. It doesn't make sense if you're just a one-person operation, for example, a handyman or a small-scale contractor that does, minor work on row homes. So we allow a notarized, signed document stating that it's, basically a one-person show in lieu of workers' comp.
Okay, and I'll stop sharing. But contrary to this signed affidavit, during your interview, Mr. Sanders admitted that he was an employee of Urban Beautification.
Yes, that's correct. I didn't really push too hard on the reason why this was set up in this manner, because I felt that my jurisdiction ended with determining that the affidavit was false. But he did confirm that he described himself as, quote, project manager, quote, employee, and he confirmed receiving payment via 1099.
Okay. And at the conclusion of your investigation, did you make a determination in regards to the contractor's license?
Yeah, so the way our investigations conclude is first we review the evidence that we have developed and determine what violations are supported by that evidence. We then issue those violations. If the violations are sufficient legally for license suspension to be considered under 9-10-04-9, then we have a two-part analysis that we do to determine if a suspension is appropriate, and if so, how long that suspension will be. One of the factors is the risk to public safety created by the contractor's violations, and the other factor is the contractor's culpability in creating those violations. Here we determined that through the lack of safety training, through the shingles being pushed off onto the sidewalk, and the lack of sidewalk protection, there was a significant risk to public safety created by the violations. Because of Mr. Sanders's admission that he violated the stop work orders knowingly, because of the repeated nature of the violations of the stop work order, we determined that there was also a significant amount of contractor culpability. I will say that so with those two factors primarily considered, we determined that a license suspension was indeed appropriate, and we determined that the license suspension would be for a 4-month period with a probationary period to follow, during which additional violations could result in lengthier license suspension or revocation. I will say that a mitigating factor is that the reason that this suspension is only 4 months and not significantly longer, because I think that the violations are egregious. The site conditions are utterly unacceptable. The repeated nature of the stop work order violations is intolerable by the department. The only reason that the suspension is only 4 months and not significantly longer is that at the time of this analysis in April of this year, there wasn't any facts in the record showing that Mr. Sanders had a history of doing this at repeated properties. Because it's not before the board, I will not get into detail, but since then there have been additional violations issued to Mr. Sanders. I wanted to provide that background as to why 4 months was where we ended up.
Okay. I do not believe I have anything further at this time for Mr. Fernandez. I would offer for cross.
Okay. Oh, Mrs. Weingart, before we proceed, would you mind changing your name on the screen,
Oh.
please? Or the administrator may be able to do that while you're proceeding with your.
I could do it.
Yeah,
All right, I'll
administrator would do that.
Hey,
So
can
if
you
you-
give your name to? Your name, sir?
Sure, Stuart Weingrad, Stuart Winegrad.
Okay, so Mrs. Weingrad, do you have any cross-examination? And
Yeah, just a few questions. Thank you, Mr.
Yes.
Chair. So it appears, based on your investigation, that the last time that anybody from the city went out there to the scene was November 30, 2021. Is that right?
To be honest, I haven't reviewed whether there have been more recent site investigations because they weren't before the board for this appeal. So as far as I know, that is correct, but I certainly would not be surprised if there had been more inspections or investigations at the site since then. In fact, I imagine there probably were.
Anything that we're here about today would have been subject to site visits by city employees from up until November 30, 2021. Is that fair to say?
I'm not sure if I understand you correctly, but
There's no testimony that anybody came to the scene about these violations after November 30, 2021. You'd agree with that?
that is correct, yes.
And that you conducted your interview with Mr. Sanders on December 7, 2021?
Correct.
Now, the violation notice that you testified to was dated, or the notice of intent to suspend was dated April 4, 2022. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you had mentioned that I'm going to call the owner of Urban Beautification LLC was Gloria Guerrero.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and you did not interview her. Is that correct?
No, I did not.
Okay, because you talk about these egregious violations, I would have thought you would have interviewed the owner of the entity, but you didn't.
Well, I intended to until Mr. Sanders told me that she had no input whatsoever on day-to-day operations of the company during my December 7th interview.
Again, this isn't, but it's something you could have brought her in. You decided not to, correct?
Correct.
All right. I just want to be clear here. Nothing that happened at 1730 injured anybody. The shingles coming down. Nobody got hurt on the sidewalk, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And as I understand, so the relationship between Ms. Guerrero's and Mr. Sanders, husband and wife, is that right?
That is my understanding, yes.
So as I understand, although Mr. Sanders identified himself as an employee, I mean, to me, that's a bit more of a legal term. Essentially, he was working with his wife. Is that fair to say?
He described himself as an employee and a project manager and described deriving income, but I wouldn't disagree that he also happens to be working with his wife.
Okay. And did you get the sense that this was just a husband and wife business working together?
No, I did not.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Ms. Skiles, anything else?
Just one question for recross, just for clarification.
Yes.
You stated that once you interviewed Mr. Sanders, you determined it wasn't necessary to interview the named owner of the company, Gloria, because of how Mr. Sanders described his role in the company. How did he describe his role at Urban Beautification?
He confirmed that he operates the company and that his wife does not partake in operating the company.
Okay. And nothing further.
All right, thank you. Okay, Ms. Skiles, if you don't have any further witnesses, I will then ask Mr. Weingart to put his witnesses on.
Yes, I
Mr.
do.
Weingart,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would call Victor Sanders.
okay. Is Mr. Sanders present?
We know he was. And if I could, sir, Mr.
Hello?
Sanders,
Yes, I'm here.
okay, you can hear us?
Hello?
Yes, Mr.
I can
Sanders,
hear you, yes.
Mr. Sanders, I'm Kenneth Woodson, the chair of the board. Is it possible for us to see your image?
No, I couldn't sign on, so I had to call in. That was the problem.
Okay,
I've been
Mr.
trying to
Weingart.
get on since we've been on, but it's saying I can't get on.
Okay, I'll need you to be very patient with us and pay close attention because we can't see you. So, Mr. Weingart, do you attest to that, this voice being Mr. Victor Sanders, your client?
I do, sir.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. If I could just correct the record, I see my name is typed out incorrectly. It's Stuart Winegrad. You can put whatever you want on the screen. I just want to make sure the record's correct.
Okay, well, let's correct that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Sanders, you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Has Mr. Sanders been sworn in, Mr. Chairman?
He has not been. Thank you very much for that reminder. Mr. Sanders, I will need to swear you in. So raising your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today will be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Weingart?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, I want to go, Mr. Sanders, you were able to hear the direct testimony of the city employees, is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Yes, thank you. All right, please proceed. My apologies for the interruption.
Thank you. Okay. I want to go off the notice of intent to suspend. First of all, what do you know about 1730 Warden Street? Were you involved with that project?
Yes, that's a project that I handle with my wife as a church.
Okay. And just by way of background, can you please tell the board about Urban Beautifications LLC?
In reference to what we want me to say about the
Yeah.
company? It's
So
been
you-
around since 2013. Go ahead.
You and your wife were involved with, are involved or were involved with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you have, between the two of you, were any other employees?
No, we don't have employees. That's why, as to Mr. Hernandez's statement, it was signed that we signed the paper that we don't have employees, not to get around workman's comp because we don't have them. Because as you see with this case here, we subbed the roof out to Workhorse Roofing. So we don't have employees. It's just my wife and myself, and I typically run the day to day.
All right. Now, please, let's talk about 1730 Wharton Street. Did you hire?
Correct.
Okay, and just tell the board what happened and who you hired and what happened.
So I hired Workhorse Roofing to do the roof. Okay. So now when they come and they say that I kept working, there was an issue, right? Everybody in the city knows, I mean, Mr. Hernandez said his statement, that the Eclipse system is a flawed system. 1730 Wharton Street is an historical building, okay? Now, Inspector Costello said that there was a stop work order 325 before we started on the roof, okay? Again, that was a big mix up there, again, because guess what they did? They gave me a permit for a make safe. They gave me a permit to do the roof, okay? So now, before Workhorse Roofing started the roof, the permit application was in, and it was waiting to be approved. It kept saying, wait to be approved. So when they first came out and put the stop work order on me, the permit was then supposed to have been approved. So when they did the stop work order, I went down to the MSB and they then gave me the permit, okay? Supposedly with the stop work order on it. So when I brought the permit back and posted it, when they came back out the next day, they told me that I shouldn't have the permit. So to Hernandez's point, when he says that I kept working because they said, oh, they shouldn't have gave it to you. How is it that they're not supposed to give it to me? When I went to the MSB building, when they issued the permit, they told me it's a problem with the system, that the two systems don't talk. So the man went from the one side to the other side. They did something in the system. He came back and handed me a permit, okay? So from that point, it became, to me, harassment because I had a permit. Every time they told me that I shouldn't have had it, I got what I wasn't supposed to have. So if I had a violation before, why did they issue me a permit when I had a previous stop work order? So when they keep saying these things to the board to make it seem like I'm some sort of urban cowboy, and I'm not. The system is flawed. Now, when AID came out, okay, they told me there was 10 people that didn't have OSHA cards, which I wasn't aware of. But guess what? When the zoning plans went in, they fined the building $10,000. They had to pay $10,000 to get the permit for the building. Okay, so that was incorrect. But it's just been a bunch of going back and forth. The day that Inspector Costello came out there, he came out, and then when they called me to come down there, he was talking to the cops. So apparently y'all have pictures of exhibits and everything. But the day that I got there, he was coming out of the alley. So all of these other things that he said was going on in the neighbor's yard, how come he didn't take photos of that? I can't speak to why he did, why he didn't. I also talked to Inspector Ramos, okay? Inspector Ramos. They also make mention of there was no cover on the line. PICO came out and moved the transfer. They moved the line, but apparently it may not have been good enough for them. The only thing I'm saying is, okay, what I don't like is everybody comes out from LNI, everybody says something different. Even when Inspector Costello put the stop work order on, then another guy comes out and put another stop work order on. He puts it over the seam of the door. Then the other inspector said, oh, that was just extra. That was too much. At this point, I honestly feel like I'm being targeted, okay? That's how I feel, and it's okay. But at the end of the day, it starts with the flawed system because
wait, Mr. Saunders, hold on a second. Mr. Weingrod, I'd like you to direct your client, please,
Okay.
to respond to specific questions.
Thank you, sir. All right, I apologize. So I just want to get your testimony clear here so that you agree that there were stop work orders that were placed on the property. Is that correct?
Yes. So
Okay.
the stop work order, the first one was, let me, because I got to explain because
Mr.
it
Weingrad,
seems like they
I believe
lined it
the
up.
question was answered. Do you want to move on to your next question?
Yeah. So, and then now I'm going to ask you to explain. So, but every time there was a stop order, was it your understanding that you then had the ability to then move forward with work on the property?
No. So the first, when they first put the stop work order on there, I went to the MSB building because the permit was held up. They said it was a problem. They gave me my permit. Okay. So when they gave me my permit, the next day they went back to work. Okay. And still to this day, nobody can tell me why did I get a permit that everybody said I wasn't supposed to get. So when you give me a permit, that means I can work. That's what that means. And that's
Are you planning to submit in evidence copies of these permits that Mr. Sanders keeps referring to?
I do not have them available, I have to tell you. Okay. So do you remember going to an interview with Mr. Ramos?
No, Mr. Ramos came out on the site. He came out on site, yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. And do you remember that conversation?
In respect to what?
No, the interview with Mr. Ramos.
Yeah, Mr. Ramos said, these guys out here don't have OSHA cards. I said, they work for the guy that I hired. They're not my guys. They work for the guy. I didn't know they have OSHA cards. And when Workhorse Roofing told me I gave Mr. Hernandez Workhorse Roofing's city license number. I didn't know it was expired, but his insurance was good. So, I mean, to me, I just have to make sure they have insurance to put with my insurance with the binder. So did I check the license? No, he gave me a license number. I
Excuse
didn't
me,
know it was
Mr.
expired,
Chair,
though.
Yes,
can
sir.
we make sure we straighten out the record? He keeps stating Mr. Hernandez, and I just want to make sure that the record is correct.
Sure. Mr. Ramos is the inspector who works well or not. Mr. Hernandez is the chief of the audits department.
I think Mr. Hernandez is, at least when I knew him before, he was Mr. Fernandez.
Right, that's what I thought he's Fernandez.
Right, my
Okay.
apologies. I pronounced it
That's okay.
incorrectly as well, so my apologies.
No problem at all. Thank you, members of the board.
Thank you, Mr. Washington, for that correction. Thank you.
Okay, okay. So the interview was with Mr. Fernandez. My apologies, sir.
No problem.
Is that clear, Mr. Sanders?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time, did you explain to him how this company worked? It was just you and your wife?
Yeah, I told him.
Okay. And did you explain to him, hey, that there would be stop work orders, but there would be permits, and apparently, and you believe you had the authority, or the roofer had the authority to continue to work?
We talked about all of that, and everybody said, well, you got to do this, you got to do that. The issue was that they say one thing, and you go downtown, and it's something else is said. Okay, so when all these stop work orders are supposed to be put in, they still giving me permits. That just makes no sense to me. Until today, somebody need to make sense of it to me. Tell me how I get a stop work order and I get a permit the next day.
Again, I just want to make sure, Mr. Sanders, you keep referring to permits you've gotten. And unless I hear from Mr. Weingrad, he said once already, when asked about permits, he said he has none to present to us. So other than your statements, Mr. Weingrad, do you have any permits that Mr. Sanders is referring to that have been issued?
And I don't, and the short answer, Mr. Pincus, is no.
That's all. You've answered my question.
I'm
Thank you.
sitting here and that I'm not available. It's not available.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. Do you want me to tell you?
No, sir, Mr. Sanders.
Hold on.
Mr. Sanders, you don't get to ask questions. Your attorney gets to ask the questions.
Okay. Okay.
All right. So Mr. Wine said, can you ask him to do?
Mr. Weingrad, you understand how this works correctly? Mr. Weingrad, please.
I do. All right, Mr. Sanders, let me ask, I'm going to ask you a question, okay? Okay, so again, I want to talk about the violations. Were there any other discussions that you had with city employees regarding these violations that were being issued against you?
Yes, I talked to Inspector Ramos, and I talked to, I guess, the law department, Fernandez. I talked to those two guys.
Okay, and were there any other explanations as to why you shouldn't be getting these violations with them?
No, they said that they don't know why I was issued the permit. Nobody could tell me why I was issued permit. That was their answer to the whole thing.
Okay, okay. And I don't know if you have this available to you, but do you know the dates of the permits?
No, I can pull them up. I'll tell you in a minute.
And again, while you're pulling it up, to your knowledge, were there any conversations between the city, L&I department or otherwise, and your wife?
No, not at all.
Okay. All right. Are you, I guess we're gonna have to do this quickly. Are you able to pull up the dates of the permits, sir?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now, sir.
I'd ask for the board's indulgence, and then that'll be my last question.
Okay, if he's able to do that expeditiously, yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I have a permit here for commercial building permit ending in 8719, issued February 23rd, 2022. The work is for addition and alteration for interior level, 3 alterations to the existing structure for 14 dwelling units as plans.
Okay, does it include any exterior work, just only interior work?
No, there was an
Well,
older,
that was, excuse me. That was
Yes, sir.
after the fact. The permit for the roof was issued on November the 30th of 2021. GM 2021-013268.
That's what I was going to say. It's an easy roof covering permit for a replacement, minor construction for
Okay,
the roof.
okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Ms. Gauss, you have any cross-examination?
Just briefly.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Sanders, so the permit that you've been talking to was issued November 30th, 2021. Mr. Sanders? Yes. So the permit you're speaking of was issued November 30th, 2021.
Yes.
So that the issuing of that permit would not explain why you violated the stop work order on November 29th, 2021.
As I explained, the permit was issued on the 30th because the permit was sitting in queue for over 9 days. I had to go down there to get them to give it to me in my hand because something had to be done on the inside. That's why it was issued on the 30th. If you look on the file, you'll see the date that I applied for the permit. It was long before the 30th that I applied for the permit. I had to go down there for them to issue it. It's set in queue for about 9 days.
And I'll object to the answer as non-responsive. It's really on November 29th, when you violated the stop work order, no permit had been issued. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And just so you hired Workhorse Roofing to do the work on the roof.
Yes.
And you did not verify that they had an active license, contractor's license. Is that correct?
No, I verified their insurance.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Sanders, but based on his direct, I would ask briefly to recall Director Fernandez in rebuttal.
Okay, just before you do that, anyone else have any questions of Mr. Sanders?
Yeah, I do.
Yes.
I just wanted to confirm because Mr. Sanders kept referring to the fact that he hired the roofing company. He went down to get the permit and he was doing all these things. And I believe there was testimony from Mr. Fernandez that an affidavit was signed by Ms. Gloria Guerrero that she's the sole proprietor of the LLC. I just want to confirm that what I heard is correct, that in fact you were very much involved in all of the work that was being done at 1730 what is it, Wharton Street, and that you were running the job. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
I do also have a question for Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, I'm Kenneth Woodson, the board chair. On the photographs that were shared earlier, several of them showing the site conditions with roofing material on the sidewalk and covering some of the cars. Is there any reason why you didn't require your roofer to use a safer system of removing the roof material?
So to that point, first of all, when they did the roof, everything, all the area that was covered, that the church covered, they had tarps on the ground. So I can't see the photos, but in some of them pictures, if you look closely, you're going to see that's the tarp on the ground. All the cars that was around the church were their workers' cars. And they did have fencing at both ends of the church. So if you look at those photos really good, you probably will see a tarp.
Okay, I did see a tarp.
I did see a tarp. Okay. And to the point of getting the stuff off of the roof, they originally had a chute, but the chute, because it wasn't a regular, it was the pitch of the roof was 12 degrees, the chute kept getting jammed up. They couldn't use the chute. That's what happened.
Okay. So, but
excuse me, Mr. Chair, I have one question.
Yes, sir. Please, Mr. Washington.
I don't know who would be able to answer it, but is there supposed to be a stipulation for disposal? For instance, there should be a dumpster there instead of it just being discarded.
Mr. Sanders, what is your understanding of that?
So to the answer to that is they had a 30-yard dumpster there that they pull on the fifth wheel. So they were hauling the trash away. They
So
had
it-
a dumpster there, 30 yards that they pulled.
But they wasn't there continuously, right? They didn't leave one and take one.
No, they would fill it up, and they had a small one that they would use while that one was going. You know, they would dump down 61st Street, and they would bring it back.
Okay, so there,
And also,
so the images that we saw, there were no dumpsters in the images at all.
well, they was there on the street, so it might have been around the other side, because the pictures that I seen was the side of 18th Street. On the 18th Street side, no, the dumpster was sitting on the Wharton Street side, past where the church was at.
Okay.
So the guy would get the stuff off the ground, wheelbarrow it around up into the dumpster.
Okay. And okay, never mind. Ms. Skiles, let's move on then. You have questions of Mr. Fernandez? You're muted, ma'am.
Okay, yes, just briefly. Okay, Mr. Fernandez. So can you briefly explain to the board why urban beautification would be responsible for the work that Workhorse Roofing is performing?
Yes, of course. Subcontracting is an essential part of doing construction. As far as I have seen in my, several years, or not several, I guess, 3 years in this position, the grand majority of construction in Philadelphia is conducted by subcontractors. It's a absolute priority for the department to enforce the requirement that contractors only hire licensed subcontractors. We have certain requirements we expect of anyone conducting construction in the city of Philadelphia: insurance requirements, safety training requirements, et cetera. The way we enforce that with the actual work being performed on site is by allowing subcontracting, but requiring that everyone ensure that flowing down from them, it's all licensed subcontractors. In fact, on the LNI website, we have a document. If you click on licenses, I think it's the first thing dropping down. It's called something like the Contractor Code of Conduct or Commandments or something like that. Number one on that list is you have to hire licensed subcontractors. So when you hire a subcontractor, you are indeed responsible for what they do with your authority. So here, Mr. Sanders hired an unlicensed subcontractor. I believe he said earlier he didn't check to see if they were licensed, if I heard him correctly. And so he was running the risk when he did that the subcontractor was unlicensed and that they would commit other code violations, like bringing workers to a site that didn't have OSHA certification, recklessly pushing shingles off the roof of the church.
I'm going to object. This is far beyond the scope of cross and already been testified to.
It's not cross, it was called to rebut.
Yeah, overruled. Let's proceed. Do we have anything else? But I want to proceed to final argument.
Just one final clarification for the board. And so, Mr. Fernandez, can a permit be issued while a stop work order is on a property?
Of course. A lot of stop work orders require a permit to be issued before they can be lifted. Nearly every permit, perhaps every permit issued by the city of Philadelphia requires an initial inspection before any work starts. It's at that initial inspection when the inspector will determine whether the stop work order can be issued. You can't just print out a permit on the morning of November 30th and then start working that afternoon without contacting the department first.
And so the issuing of the permit alone does not lift the stop work order.
No.
And so the permit here, the permit in discussion was issued on November 30th, 2021.
That's correct. That's the day that AIU, that Inspector Ramos went out to the site, the day after Inspector Costello observed work occurring, and 6 days after Inspector Costello observed work ongoing the first time.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Okay. And I guess I do have, before we get to final argument, Mr. Reingrad, I have a question for Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, we have note here that there were multiple stop work orders starting, I guess, in March of 21, and several times there were stop work orders posted. Is there any reason why you didn't talk with the supervisors at LNI, anyone else, if you felt they weren't treating you fairly?
Yes. So the stop work orders that was issued in March wasn't they issue stop work orders for framing. We wasn't framing. The permits that the permits that I had was for, one was a make safe.
Well,
two
let me
was
ask you,
put-
before
wait,
you proceed, wait a minute. The framing contractor, was that your job also?
I did have framing, but when the building was purchased, it was purchased already being worked on, and some of the framing was already started. So
Wait,
when they
Well,
came
then do
and
you, well,
looked
no,
in
no,
there,
no, but before you move on, what I'm asking specifically, did you buy out the framing? Did you get paid to do the framing?
right, once the plans got approved,
Is
yes,
that
to
a
finish
yes
the
or no?
framing, yes.
Yes. So
Yes,
that stop
yes.
work order is based on work that your subcontractor was doing.
No, we didn't do it. It was brought, the building was brought in frame already. So let me explain to you. So when they came out for the stop work order for the framing was because they came out to inspect the pointing, to start the pointing. That's what, and then they seen the framing and they said, you're not supposed to be doing that. And I said, I wasn't doing it. This is how it was purchased. I pulled the permit for the pointing. I went to the historical commission to get approval for the pointing as well as getting the windows certified. So I did everything I was supposed to do, but when they come and they see framing, oh, you wasn't supposed to do that. So even though I say it was like that, they go ahead and they do what they do. This is why where we at right now.
Okay, well,
So
okay.
I can't control that.
Okay, all right, thank you. Let's move on to final argument, then that we can move to a decision on this. Mr. Weingart, I'd like you to start, and Ms. Skiles, if you would close out. Mr. Weingart, you have any final argument?
Okay, I mean, look, thank you, panel members, for, for the time that you listened to this. Look, the defense, I'm gonna let rest largely on what Mr. Sanders has to say. But I am, looking at these violations, and some of them, in terms of the affidavit by Victor's wife. I mean, to me, this is just much about nothing, where it's a husband and wife, they're running something to them. The LLC is one, it's interchangeable. I would argue that it's just not, doesn't merit any kind of violation in this case, because it was just the two of them. As to a lot of this roofing, looks like it was done by another contractor. Mr. Sanders he did find out that they had insurance, and that was what he found out. But in the meantime, there's these different violations about ocean, things like that. And quite frankly, they weren't even his employees. I would say finally, that a lot of this seems to be a lot of, I'm going to call it misunderstanding. On the one hand, you're getting stop work orders. On the other hand, Mr. Sanders is talking to L&I, or going down the municipal services building and getting another permit. And there's a lot of back and forth on this. There's different people coming and going throughout the job site and through the municipal service building. I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about this. Mr. Sanders and this company got the LLC got the permits. They went to go do the work, and he did his best to make sure that he complied with the law. He certainly spoke to a lot of people. So I think a lot of these violations are really, quite frankly, a lot of misunderstandings. With that, that's all I have for closing. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Gauss?
Yes, okay. Just to begin with the false affidavit, it sounds that it's uncontested that this is a false affidavit. It's not just a sole proprietor, it's not just one person, and it sounds like the defendant's just asking for the board's mercy at this point, just saying, well, it's just two of us, just forgive us. But in any case, this was a false affidavit submitted with a license application. So this violation still stands. And we're asking the board to affirm that violation as issued. It may be true that Mr. Sanders, these were not his employees, but they were his responsibility. As the project manager for the site, he remains responsible as Mr. Fernandez testified to, for hiring of the subcontractors and making sure that they're licensed and that they will hire appropriate employees. So although they may not be his employees, they remain his responsibility. He remained the responsible party to ensure that the work was done in a safe manner. And I think the photos did a very good job of showing how egregious and how unsafe this work was. It was a very tall church, and you have shingles just being flung to the sidewalk. There were no barriers up to protect pedestrians. The photos showed that there was no respect for the surrounding neighbors. There were shingles falling on cars, on stoops, and there was no respect for the people and the neighborhood that this work was the neighborhood for the respect for the neighborhood or the people where this work was being done. As Mr. Fernandez testified to, permits do not lift stop work orders. In fact, permits are necessary to be issued before a stop work order could be lifted. And as the testimony reflected, the permit in this case was issued after the stop work order had been violated twice. So I know that there may be some misunderstanding, but I think the facts here are pretty clear. There was a violation of a stop work order on November 24th, another violation on November 29th, and then the permit was obtained on November 30th. I don't see where the misunderstanding came into play. However, as the project manager, it is Mr. Sanders' responsibility to understand. So if there was a misunderstanding, it would be his responsibility to understand what's going on the job site and to ensure that it's being done safely. And here that simply was not the case. So we would ask that the board also affirm the intent to revoke the contractor's license. I think 4 months is very reasonable for how egregious and unsafe the work at this property was.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now poll the board regarding HA-2022-002145. We will vote on these two cases separately. So the first matter regarding urban beautification, city affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you.
I just,
With regard to HA-2022 003596. Again, urban beautification, city affirmed.
city affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you very much. The vote has been unanimous, city affirmed in both matters. Thank you, gentlemen, for your participation. Have a good afternoon.
And if the city exhibits could be also moved into the record.
So move. Okay, Mr. Where are we next? Thank you, everyone. Have a good afternoon.
All right, may I be excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
Thank you, members of the board.
thank you. Let's move on to the next matter.
Yes, we'll go back up to case number 23 that I previously called by accident.
Okay.
Hearing appeal number 2021-004-720, 7170 Andrews Avenue, Sherry D. Oliver.
And once again, Amy Skiles on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Ms. Skiles, thank you. Anyone here representing Amy Oliver? I mean, Cherie Oliver, my apologies. Cherie Oliver, 7170 Andrews Avenue. 7170 Andrews Avenue. Okay, there's no one responding. Okay, what is your preference, Ms. Skiles?
And we would just ask for a city affirm due to non-appearance.
Okay, Mr. Pincus, what time do you have?
4:52 PM.
4:52 PM. Okay. Mr. This still here. Mr. Wade, was there notice given to Ms. Skiles? I mean, to Ms. Oliver? Boy, oh boy.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We will now poll the board regarding HA-2021-004720. Sheree Oliver, and that's SHERRI, middle initial D. Oliver, Oliver, 717. Excuse me, someone has a background noise coming through. Okay, thank you. And that's 7170 Andrews Avenue, city affirmed non-appearance.
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 Thank you very much. Okay, what do we have next, sir?
I have case number 28, Victor Fernandez. Hearing appeal number 2020-003-797 for 776 South 4th Street.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, Chairman Woodson, Mary Costello on behalf of the city of Philadelphia. If possible, before we begin 28, number 30, it's 1821 North 19th Street. I believe they would like to withdraw their appeal.
Okay, North 19th Street, 1821 North 19th Street.
Yes.
Okay, okay. And if they want to withdraw, they can do that. Okay, I hate to do that in the middle of starting another case. I need to continue with this then.
Okay.
They can wait. Is there counsel for the appellant? No, it's noted here, there's a Ms. Lee Esquire.
I believe he is on the Zoom. I see him here.
Luke
Muted.
K. Lee Esquire.
He's muted, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lee, you're muted.
I'm here, sir.
Please identify yourself again, please, for the record.
Yeah, my name is Mu K. Lee. I'm representing the appellants, Mr. Victor Fernandez.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, then, Ms. Costello, let's proceed.
Chairman Woodson, this case is in regards to a new tobacco permit application. It was denied because the store is located within 500 feet of a K through 12 school. I'm not exactly sure what the grounds for appeal are because I didn't receive any of the details in their appeal, and in their appeal paperwork, they just said, please see the online application, which I do not have access to. I do have one witness today, that's Nikesha Johnson, and she is on the Zoom.
Okay, Ms. Johnson, are you prepared to call Ms. Johnson now for your first witness?
I am.
Okay. Nikesha Johnson, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Ms. Johnson, can you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, my name is Nikesha Johnson.
And what is your position with the health department?
I'm a research and data associate.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as part of your position?
I'm responsible for any data analysis and management tasks related to the tobacco control program.
Okay. And permission to share my screen?
Yes, please.
Ms. Johnson, can you please identify what's been marked as City Exhibit C?
I think my screen's still loading. Yeah, okay, so City Exhibit C is showing the webpage for the tobacco retailer permit eligibility map, and this specific search is showing 776 South 4th Street.
And is this map available to the public, or how does someone access this?
Yes, this is a publicly available map that can be found on the city's website.
And would you mind just reading what is stated in this white box right here?
Sure, this says this location falls within the following: 770 to 80 South 4th Street, tobacco-free school zone. Businesses within a tobacco-free school zone are not eligible for a new permit. Please email health.ptrd@phila.gov with any questions.
Okay. And I'd like to direct your attention to what's been marked as City Exhibit D. Could you please identify this exhibit?
Yes, this exhibit is showing 776 South 4th Street. as well as the specific tobacco-free school zone that that address falls in, as well as the exact school that's contributing to that buffer zone.
Okay, and can you identify for the record what has been marked with green right here?
So green is the Philadelphia Water Department parcel that Meredith William M. School falls on.
And is Meredith M. Williams School a K through 12 school?
I believe, yes, it serves grades K through 8.
Okay, and what has been marked here in blue?
That is the Philadelphia Water Department stormwater parcel for the address 776 South 4th Street.
Okay, and what has been marked right here in red?
So that is a line that was drawn using the distance and direction tool, a geoprocessing tool that's included in ArcGIS software, drawing a line between the parcel of Meredith William M. School and the parcel of 776 4th Street.
And how many feet does it identify are between the school and the parcel 776 South 4th Street?
290.95 feet.
Can you just confirm for the record that that is under 500 feet?
Yes, that is under 500 feet.
And how is this map constructed?
As I think I said earlier, this map was constructed using ArcGIS Pro, which is industry standard software used for any geoprocessing or geospatial tasks.
And what would the appellant have to do to get a license? Is there any way for them to obtain their liquor license based on the location of their business?
I'm sorry, did you say a liquor license?
Or I'm sorry, their tobacco retailer license.
Right, to obtain a tobacco retailer license, they could apply online. The only restrictions to a new permit is that you cannot be 500, you cannot fall within our tobacco-free school zones. And you can't be in a density cap planning district.
Okay, and it's your assessment that they are within 500 feet of a school zone?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Lee, do you have any cross-examination?
Oh, no, sir, but I have some the different the perspective of the matter.
Okay. Well, wait, Mr. Lee, when it's your
Yes, sir.
turn to present your case, we will allow you to do that. But in the meantime, I just want to make sure you ask if you had any cross. If you don't, Ms. Costello, do you have any additional witnesses?
I do not.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lee, now you may present your case.
Yes, sir. We understand the city protect the students from the cigarette, but under the maps, they point from the school to the building of the business, and they draw the street line, and that line is, I understand, 250 feet. But if the city applied to the 500 feet on the street line from the point to the school to the that area is like more than, it's like about 800,000 square foot is covered, is not permit that area. And I think the school, about 300 schools in Philadelphia. So the area is like more than 200 million square foot area is not permitted to that location.
Okay,
So-
Mr. Lee,
Yeah, understand, sir.
Mr. Lee, let me
So we-
ask you something. Mr. Lee,
sir.
listen to me. Do you have any witnesses that you will be calling?
Oh, no, sir, but I mean, we have the stormwater, we search the
Wait,
stormwater.
no, listen to me. So,
Yes, sir.
I do have a concern if you're going to be testifying and represent as counsel. You can't do both.
I'm sorry, I didn't, I just, the research on the paper, I just, today is like presented that what is the research. I don't have the witnesses for today, but.
Well, today
is that-
today is your client's opportunity to convince
Yes,
us
sir.
that we should overrule the health department and to permit them to have a tobacco retail license. And so
Yes,
as
sir.
legal counsel, we expect you to make a legal argument that would
Yes,
help
sir.
convince us. If you aren't prepared to do that, then we can move on to closing arguments.
Yes, sir. The one thing is that is the measure stormwater line. Stormwater line under the the American Rivers Association, stormwater line is rain and melting snow that flow over the ground. And usually in the urban and developed area, stormwater run over
Chairman
the
Chairman
pavement.
Woodson,
Yes,
I
sir.
have to object. Council
Yes,
is
sir.
testifying. I don't really understand. This is irrelevant. I mean,
Yeah, Mr.
I mean-
So granted, sustained.
Yeah.
Mr. Lee, look,
Yes, sir.
do you have an argument specific to this application? Are
Yes,
you
sir.
suggesting that this method of determining the 500 foot range
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
is not appropriate for an urban area? And do you have any witnesses or documents to bolster your argument?
I don't have the witness, but I have the research under the paper, under the.
So did you present that as evidence? Did you give us that as evidence?
We didn't, we just give draw how we measure that, sir, under we sent it already City of Philadelphia, how measure under the street line, not through the building. That's
Okay,
the-
so what argument are you making that this current process is not sufficient?
Yes, so one is our argument is it should be used the paved line, the water flow line, not the
Okay.
straight line through the building. So that's the arguments for our arguments.
Okay, now do you have any other arguments that you'd like to make? Or do you have the applicant to be available for testimony, anything like that?
We don't have any witness about that today, but I just based on
Mr.
our
Chair,
research
I think
papers, yes, sir.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I think
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez is on.
Yes, I see his image, yes. But his lawyer has to call him if he wants him to speak. Thank you so much. Okay, Mr. Lee, if you do have anything else, I'm going to ask both you and Ms. Costello to provide some closing statements so we can get to a vote, unless I have objection from any of the board members.
Yeah, so our objection is.
Can I say something?
I'm sorry.
Someone
Yeah, the
said something.
measurement.
Someone said something. I'm not sure who that someone is.
Fernandez asked to say something. He's the operator.
Okay, sir, you really should be deferring to your counsel, your legal counsel, the person you've hired to represent you. And if you two need to have a conversation before we proceed on, we will permit you to do that. If you need to do that, you need to have a conversation with your lawyer. Mr. Lee, Mr. Fernandez.
Yeah, Fernandez, I talked to him and he sent it to me how measure the distance, and he sent the map to me, and we sent it to the City of Philadelphia, and maybe City of Philadelphia has how we measure the measurement based on our paper. I saw to the officer lady sent to show how to measure the maps, like a straight line to the
Mr.
the building.
Chairman Woodson,
Okay.
objection. He's
Okay, sustained. What I'm going to,
This is being repeated, and I think it's their legal argument, so now we should hear closing argument from the city.
okay, thank you very much.
Can I
Mr.
say
Lee,
something?
no, sir, that's why you hired a lawyer to represent you. So what I asked earlier, you need to confer with your attorney. And if there's something else he wants to put on the record, then you should do that. We will give you a moment to do that if you want to. Would you like to do that? I'm
Yes,
not
sir.
sure if he understands. Do you need to call your attorney and talk to him?
I think he's having connectivity issues, Mr. Chairman. It seems
No, no,
like.
I would like to speak.
Okay, your voice is breaking up. It's not coming clear at all. It's breaking up.
Okay.
Okay, it's not.
I would like to speak like the famous.
Mr. Fernandez, did you hear my earlier statement?
Yeah, I say I would like to speak.
I'm
and,
asking you, did you
give
hear my
my-
response? Did you hear my response to you? Did you hear my
Yeah,
response?
to speak with him, yes, sir.
Yeah, do you want to do that?
Yes, sir.
Do that. We will give you 2 minutes to
I
call
would
him.
like to talk to the,
No. You understand, you have to talk to your lawyer first to make sure that you hired him to represent you. So we want him to do that. He's decided not to call you as a witness. And so unless he does that, and we swear you in, then you do not get to say anything. You understand?
Okay.
So
Yeah,
now,
I'm
if you
gonna
want to
call
talk
him
to
right
him and have him call you as a witness, then that's different. Mr. Lee, what is your strategy here?
It's calling him now, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry for interrupting. I believe Mr. Fernandez is calling Mr. Lee now.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Wade, if you would, if that is in fact the case, just put them on a quick mute while that's happening. We'll give them 2 minutes.
I was actually going to put
Confer.
Mr. Fernandez in the waiting room and bring him back in to see if he can have better connectivity.
Okay, but after he's talking to Mr. Lee now, I believe. So let them do that. Just mute Mr. Lee.
Okay.
Okay. Unmute Mr. Lee, please. Thank you. Mr. Lee, what is your pleasure?
Yes, he is the witness. He wants to the witness, so he is the one of my witness. Yes, sir.
Okay,
So
but he
he
will
does
not,
not-
this will not be an opportunity for him to just ramble. You have to have directed questions and we will then move on, okay?
Okay.
So
Yes,
call
sir.
him, Mr. Victor Fernandez, raise your right hand so that you may be sworn.
The
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
yeah, but he measured the that ones. But
Mr. Lee, Mr. Lee, I'm
Yes,
trying to
sir.
swear you're witnessing.
yeah, okay. Yes, sir. So I talked to
Mr.
him.
Lee,
He wants-
Mr. Lee, please. Mr. Fernandez, did you hear what I said? Actually, Mr. Wade, would you take him, put him in the waiting room and bring him back in, see if that improves
Yes.
things? His image is frozen.
Yes.
Mr. Lee, his image is frozen. And look, you have we have to move on because we're running late and we're at the point, I think we've exhausted this matter. But I want to give him a fair opportunity to
Thanks, sir.
represent. There he is, Mr. Fernandez.
Yes, sir.
I think I swore that did you raise your right hand? Do you swear to? All right, do you swear or affirm the testimony that you would give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, Mr. Lee, what questions do you have of Mr. Fernandez?
Okay. Mr. Fernandez, you measure the distance between the school to your location?
Objection,
Yes,
Chairman.
sir.
Mr. Fernandez is not qualified to use the GIS technology to measure
Okay.
the appropriate distance.
Thank you. So overall, I want to hear how he did it, then we will move on. Okay, Mr. Fernandez, explain how you did that.
Yes, sir. I just went to Home Depot and purchased one of those measuring thing. Like if the city provides us sidewalk, I did it from when the store start all the way to the school. And my measure during that is 505 feet
Okay,
from the school.
okay, thank you. All right, anything
Also,
else? Mr. Wait, 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 wait.
If we do that on Google
Okay.
Maps,
Okay, this isn't working
Fine.
because we can barely hear you, Mr. Fernandez. I apologize, but we aren't going to be able to continue with this. Mr. Lee, his connectivity is so poor, we can't hear his answers. That isn't working. Yeah,
Is
so
that the-
I'm going to do
I'm
this.
sorry, sir.
I'm going to move to final closing arguments because Mr. Fernandez, I will apologize to you, but your answers aren't coming through because of the connectivity. We can't hear you. And so unless someone else objects, I'm going to ask Mr. Lee to give his closing statement and ask Ms. Costello to do likewise. So Ms. Costello, Mr. Lee, do you have any closing statements to make?
So is that the closing argument for me, sir? Is that right, sir? Or
yes, yes,
okay,
it's for
yeah,
you.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yeah. I understand the city measured the distance from the straight line to that, but under the stormwater lines, usually the urban or development area, stormwater line over pavement or parking lot. So we follow the water flows from where the water flows. So storm waters flow from the Mono Street to the 4th Street. So we measured from that water flow line. So that is more than 500 feet. But I understand the city make the straight line from the one point to one point. So is that exactly that is the storm water line is the straight line from the point to point, even if there are a lot of buildings there, or the water flow line is from each street? That is right. That's our doubt. So we follow the second options, like from the street line, not the point-to-point straight line. So when we measure that is more than 500 feet, sir. That's the argument, sir.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Costello?
Chairman Woodson, the opposing counsel has not presented any evidence. They have not met their burden. I think that their argument is that they walked around buildings so that their building was further away from the school. The Philadelphia Code empowers the Board of Health to adopt any requirement for the issuance and renewal of tobacco retailer permits that's appropriate for the protection of public health. One of these requirements is that a stormwater parcel line for one location for which the retailer permit is being sought is not within 500 feet of the stormwater parcel line for a K-12 school. You've heard testimony from Nikisha Johnson that there's a publicly available map that shows that the locations within a K-12 school, and in addition to her own map that she prepared using industry standard GIS technology. And that shows that the property is 290.95 feet from the stormwater parcel line.
Okay, thank you very much.
We would ask, in light of that evidence, for the board to vote city affirmed.
Thank you. We'll poll the board regarding HA-2020-003-797, Victor Fernandez, 776 South 4th Street, city affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Mr. Washington, you're muted.
City affirmed.
Thank you very much. The vote is city affirmed. Thank you, gentlemen, for your participation. Mr. Lee, the vote is unanimous, city affirmed. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, what do we have next, Mr. Waite?
I just want to real quick confirm, I had 29 marked as moot complied. Correct?
Yes.
Dennis Jacobs, okay.
So I think 30 is the next one. I think there's an interest in withdrawing the matter.
Yes.
Let's call 30.
Case number 30, appeal number HA 2021-000953, 1821 North 19th Street, Yanni Lugo Rodriguez.
Okay.
Gary Costello on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay. Ms. Rodriguez, I think you put on the record earlier that the appellant wished to withdraw.
Yes, I was emailed that they wish to withdraw, but I believe they are on the Zoom.
Okay, no one is responding though. Mr. Rodriguez. 1821 North 19th Street. 1821 North 19th Street. Okay, well, let's do this. Let's put it in the record. Ms. Costello, did you get a written notice of that?
I'm just looking back through my email, and at 3:50, I received an email from AV Management that said the client wants to dismiss the appeal.
Okay, do you know that AB Management is the firm retained to manage this property on behalf of Mr. Rodriguez?
No, because I haven't had a chance to speak to Mr. Rodriguez. I think, and I did email them back and say that's fine, but they need to stay on the hearing and inform the board.
Okay,
So they were aware that they needed to remain on the hearing. So I think
Okay.
in light of that, we would ask for a city affirm for non-appearance.
well, if they asked for a withdrawal, we will note that it's been withdrawn. If you have a written notice of withdrawal.
I mean, they said the client wants to dismiss the appeal, and I said, that's fine, but you'll need to stay on the hearing and inform the board that that is what your request is.
Okay,
So I don't know why they're not still in the hearing.
okay, but we will accept that. Just send a copy of that email to the administrator, and we
Okay.
will note this case is withdrawn.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
What do we have next?
That brings us down to case number 37.
Okay,
What happened to 32? Because I just saw Mr.
I
Moses.
apologize. I'm sorry. This is for case number 32.
Excuse me, was there a decision on 31?
There was
31
not.
listed in error.
Hmm?
31 was listed in error.
Listed in there?
Excuse me. I'm number 31. Why are you skipping me? Attorney Muzenter.
We're not. It was a mistake. I'm calling your case now, sir.
Thank you. Damn it.
okay, let's
Case
get some
number 30.
clarification. Well, before you call, just
Yeah.
I want to understand what we're doing here. Which case was listed in error?
Case number 31 was listed in error.
Okay,
Zappa
please
Mini
put,
Mart.
okay, please put that case, that appeal number in the record.
Okay, case number 31, HA 2021-000954. 910 West Duncannon Avenue, Zappa Mini Market, Inc. was listed in error.
Okay, thank you.
That
Now,
brings, go ahead.
now, please, go ahead.
That brings us to case 32, appeal number HA 2021-004647.
Am I off? Am I off?
1312 Dorrance Street. Jason Katarier.
Okay,
Good
And,
evening, Your Honor. Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Robert
good evening.
Mozenter. Robert Mozenter for Mr. Gutari and the Coptis Corporation. It is
Okay.
Made Construction Company, LLC.
okay, thank you. Who's representing the city in this matter?
Good evening, Mr. Woodson. Mary Costello on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Bozenter, well, the city will proceed first, and of course, you will have an opportunity to present your client's case after the city has put its case on. Okay?
I can make this very simple.
No, Mr. Bozenter, I follow the rules. We make the rules. Just take your time.
Okay.
Ms. Costello, please proceed.
Mr. Woodson, this is an appeal, or Chairman Woodson, this is an appeal of an intent to revoke a contractor's license. The contractor was cited pursuant to 9100492 for issuing falsified certificates of occupancy and inducing the occupancy in buildings where certificates of occupancy had not been issued in violation of Philadelphia Code A701.1. I do have one witness today. That will be Will Fernandez. He's the Director of Audits and Investigations for the Department of Licenses and Inspections. And I believe there are also victims here available to answer any questions that the board may have that purchase these properties.
Okay.
Additionally, it's our understanding through a memo that was submitted by opposing counsel that the appellant does not contest any of these violations. But we would put on testimony just to give the board background information, to outline the investigation and the properties affected.
And is that Mr. Fernandez's role?
Yes.
Okay, let's do this. The hour is fairly late, and we do have several more matters to resolve. So I'd like to hear your witness, but if you could truncate that to the facts of the matter, and then we will see what Mr. Mozenter has to offer in terms of representing his client.
Thank you.
Okay? All right, Mr. Fernandez, would you raise your right hand? do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Miss-
Fernandez, can you just please state your full name for the record?
Of course, my name is William David Fernandez.
And what is your current role with the Departments of Licenses and Inspections? The Department of
I'm the Director of Audits and Investigations.
And what does that role entail? What duties does it entail?
We're responsible for enforcing compliance with the conditions and requirements of trade licenses issued by the City of Philadelphia. Pursuant to that responsibility, we issue license violations, which result in fines. We also pursue license suspension and license revocation when there are violations sufficient to support said actions and when we determine that it is necessary and appropriate.
And did you lead the investigation into Mr. Kudiar?
I did.
And I'd just like to share my screen. If I could direct your attention to what has been marked as City Exhibit A. Second.
Yeah. There.
Mr. Fernandez, can you please identify what's been marked as City Exhibit A?
Yes, this is a notice of violations and intent to revoke the contractor license held by Made Construction or Jason Kudiar. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Apologies if I'm not.
And what violations of the Philadelphia Code was Mr. Kudiar cited for in this notice of violation?
He was cited with multiple violations of, I think it's A701.1. It'll say that on the notice, not on the page you're looking at, but I'm pretty sure it would show up on page 2 and probably on every page after that.
And how many years back did you go in your investigation of Mr. Kudiar?
We reviewed, I believe it was probably 4 years going back. It might have been 5 years going back.
Okay, and how many properties did you find in your investigation were affected by Mr. Kudiar's actions?
We found 5 properties where Mr. Kudiar had induced occupancy while the, well, let me take a step back, excuse me. We found 5 properties where Made Construction was building new construction properties, row homes, all of them, and had sold them to purchasers prior to their finalization and thus the issuance of the certificate of occupancy. Not only were inspections lacking, there were also third-party certifications, sprinkler certifications, special inspection compliance forms from engineers who were involved with construction, and in one instance, an electrical inspection agency final compliance form showing that the electrical work had been performed correctly. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Could you repeat the question, please?
No, the question was, how many properties did you find in your investigation were affected by Mr. Kudiar's actions? And I believe you answered 5.
Okay.
And how were you first alerted to any potential issues with Mr. Kudiar?
We received an email from a real estate agent named Melissa Valenti in June of 2021. Ms. Valenti was closing on a property that afternoon on behalf of her clients, and she happened to contact Department Supervisor Garvin Jowers, providing a certificate of occupancy, ostensibly or allegedly, that she had recently received and asking for him to verify whether it was in fact a department document. Supervisor Jowers looked at the document that had been provided, looked at L&I records, and determined that it was essentially a doctored document, that it was not what it purported to be. Somebody, we would later conclude, and it's now been admitted, it was Mr. Kudiar, had essentially falsified a certificate of occupancy and presented it to the purchaser of this new construction row home at a premium price, I will also add, in order to transfer the property, and that caused it to be occupied.
And can you walk us through your investigation briefly of 1310 Dorrance Street?
Yes, 1310 Dorrance Street. Mr. Made Construction sold that property to a woman named On Tran in February of 2021. Purchase price was $530,000. Ms. Tran was provided with a document purporting to be a certificate of occupancy during that transaction. We later found that that certificate of occupancy had been falsified and that the permit was still open. The special inspection compliance form requiring an engineer certification that the foundation subgrade inspections had been performed and that everything was according to code had not been provided. Concrete reinforcement special inspection compliance form had not been provided, also certified by an engineer. Sprinkler certification showing that the sprinkler system had been installed properly and tested to function had not been provided. And in fact, Ms. Tran reached out this morning and told me that her attempts to acquire the sprinkler were unsuccessful because Made Construction owes $4,800 to the sprinkler contractor, and they're refusing to release it until the balance is paid. A final inspection had not been performed, and in fact, inspections would show that the property was not built to spec, and in fact, a permit amendment would be required before the permit could be finalized. I believe a third floor Juliet balcony was reflected in the plans, and instead just a wall had been built there, and then a window in the cellar was also reflected in the plans and had not been built. So Ms. Tran purchased the property, moved into it, was under the impression that it was ready for occupancy because of the document that had been doctored by Made Construction. She had lived in there from February 2021 until we contacted her in June of 2021 during our investigation. That's how she learned that the property she had been living in was in fact not complete and not certified for occupancy.
And to date, has she been able to obtain her certificate of occupancy?
No, the sprinkler certification is outstanding. The sprinkler contractor is requesting that she pay Made Construction's balance in order for it to be released. And so Ms. Tran is still attempting to obtain her certificate of occupancy.
Can you walk us through briefly your investigation of 1000 South Cleveland Street?
Ms. Costello, I just want to, because of the issue of the time here, I would assume that all of the 5 addresses you wanting to put on the record?
Yes.
Can we stipulate to the addresses and the circumstances of all 5? Is there a way to do that?
I believe we can. I mean, with
I could perhaps just really abbreviate and try to put just only the facts that I think are most salient on the record, if that is okay, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, now, Ms. Costello, I don't want to mess up your presentation here, but if we could state the addresses we're going for and then summarize the issues, is that possible?
Yes,
for the record?
I
Okay,
believe
let's
so.
do that.
Yep.
Okay.
So the next property is 1000 South Cleveland Street.
Yes, that was sold in October of 2017 to Renu Rajankudi and Vishal Dutta. I believe Mr. Dutta is on the call with us. He's participating or listening to the hearing today. That property was sold for $790,000. The permit was open. No special inspection final compliance form had been provided by the engineer that had been involved with the construction. Those forms are necessary for the department to be sure that the property is structurally stable. No final inspection had been performed. And in fact, we would learn that the special inspector named on the permit was not present when the footers had been formed. And so he could not provide the required special inspection final compliance form. That will likely require a permit amendment, naming a new engineer and some way of verifying whether the footers are safe and secure. That permit remains open to this day. Ms. Rajankudi and Mr. Dutta have lived in the property since October of 2017 without a certificate of occupancy. One other fact I'll add to that is that means that the department, if they had realized this, and with Eclipse rather than Hanson, it's much easier to track this. They could have served a order to vacate on the occupants because no certificate of occupancy, lacking documentation and certifications that reflect the property is safe and ready for occupancy. That is potentially the remedy. Of course, the department hasn't taken that action thus far.
And the next property is 1037 South Chadwick Street.
Yes, That was also sold, I'm sorry, that was sold to a purchaser named Kristen Kochenauer in March of 2020. Purchase price $710,000. Permit was not finalized. Ms. Kochenauer received a falsified a certificate of occupancy during the transaction to purchase the property. Again, special inspection final compliance form was missing. Third-party electrical certification was missing. Sprinkler certification was missing. Final inspection had not been performed. That permit has been finalized as of August 2022, last month. And Ms. Kochenauer lived in the property from March 2020 till today.
And the final property is 1230 Leopard Street.
Yes, this property constitutes 2 condominiums. Condo A was sold to Stephanie Lyelli and Trevor Turner for $495,000 on August 25th, 2020. Condo B sold to Matthew O'Connor and Catherine Kiernan for $495,000 on July 9th, 2020. Those permits were open. The occupants I just named, or the purchasers I just named, lived in the building since shortly after their purchase through today. The permit lacked final inspection. There was no sprinkler certification on file. Those purchasers were also provided a falsified certificate of occupancy during the purchase of the property. That permit was just finalized in January of 2022. I shouldn't say just, that was finalized in January 2022, excuse me.
Thank you.
And while the appellant's not contesting the importance of issuing legitimate COs, can you just briefly explain the importance of obtaining a certificate of occupancy?
Yes, I'll do it as quickly as possible. So the permitting process begins when a permit applicant submits plans. Those plans are reviewed in the L&I basement to ensure that the building, hypothetical building at this point, if built exactly in accordance with the plans, will be safe and code compliant. Permit inspections conducted throughout the construction process and third-party certifications provided at the end of the construction process are how we ensure that the building that is actually being built matches the approved plans precisely and is therefore safe and code compliant. The inspections, the permit inspections I mentioned, they lead up to and culminate with the final inspection, which is where the inspector walks through the completed property and ensures that everything is built to plan. I've already named the third-party certifications and their importance, so I'll kind of fast forward through there, but that is a crucial part of determining that the systems, the safety systems work, that the building is structurally sound, and that the electrical installation is safe and in compliance with the National Electrical Code. The final step after the final inspection is performed and all certifications are in hand is the supervisor reviewing the permit, reviewing its history, reviewing all of the documentation, all of the inspections, and if everything passes muster, then finalizing the permit, which triggers the issuance of the certificate of occupancy, which is required by the code to be issued prior to anyone moving into the building.
Anything else, Ms. Costello?
Just one further question, Chairman Woodson.
I apologize. I had one last point to make. If a permit stays open for too long prior to being finalized, the department will expire the permit. And again, now with Eclipse, it's much easier to have a handle on all of the different permits in the city. If the permit gets expired, that means the permitting process has to start over from the beginning at great expense to whoever is attempting to permit and legalize the property.
Permission to share my screen, Chairman Woodson.
Sure.
Mr. Fernandez, can you please identify what has been marked as City Exhibit B?
Yes, this is the document that was presented to the purchasers of 1037 South Chadwick, which purports to be a certificate of occupancy and is in fact a doctored document doctored by Made Construction.
And how were you able to determine that these certificates were fraudulent?
The information referenced on the certificates of occupancy don't match the information that we have in the L&I system. The doctored documents were based on an old certification that was used prior to Eclipse that's no longer in use by the department. One of them, I think 1312 Dorrance, references the wrong permit number by one number. So it was a very cursory review to reveal that these are in fact doctored false documents.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
You're muted, Mr. Mosenter.
Mr. Mosenter, you're muted.
Do you?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Am I on now?
Yes.
All right. I just have a couple of questions, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fernandez, these properties, the Chadwick Street property, the Leopard Street property, the Dorrance 1312 Dorrance Street property, persons were occupying these houses for a period of time. Isn't that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Nobody was injured. There was no collapse of any floors or any fires or any kind of situation. Is
No,
that
sir.
correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. And these properties also, the one on Dorrance Street, that's 1312 Dorrance, whatever had to be done was finished and completed. Isn't that correct?
Yes, the certificate of occupancy was issued in March of this year.
All right. And on Chadwick Street, the same situation applied. Isn't that correct? That was corrected.
Yes,
Remedy.
that certificate of occupancy was issued in August of this year.
Right. And on Leopard Street, that was January of 2022. The CO was completed. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
So the only house that property that wasn't is on Cleveland Street. Is that correct? There hasn't been any OC on that. or
Yes,
CO.
well, there's also Ms. Tran's Dorrance Street property, 1310.
And you have any evidence at all that any inspection had taken place recently at that address? I don't have that address on the complaint.
1310 Dorrance, I believe it's the second reference property. Yeah, on page 2.
All right, I
I'm
see.
halfway down.
And has that been completed too? Has that been
No,
remedied?
no, I corresponded with Ms. Tran this morning. She needs the sprinkler certification showing that the sprinkler system is installed correctly and functioning. And she was told that she had to pay Made Construction's balance of $4,800 in order to obtain that document, which she needs to obtain the certificate of occupancy.
You know whether or not she had any contact with my client concerning that spring?
I have been copied on some emails from your clients to the department or to some of these purchasers. I don't know offhand whether they relate to this property.
All right, that's all I have on cross-exam.
Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Costello?
No, Chairman Woodson, that is my
Okay.
only witness.
Thank you, Mr. Mosent. Oh, before you do that, Mr. Fernandez, has this matter been referred to the IG's office, Inspector General's office for further review, or the DA?
Yes, I have been in correspondence with the district attorney's office on this matter.
Okay.
And so have I, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Okay.
And I understand there is no.
But Ms.
criminal charge.
Mosenter, Ms. Mosenter, I was speaking directly, Mr. Fernandez, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yes. So, okay, thank you very much. Ms.
Chairman?
Mosenter, yes,
Mr. Chairman, may I ask Mr. Fernandez one very quick question?
sure.
In your letter, Mr. Fernandez, you state that Ms. Tran had some personal expense in getting her property certified for occupancy. Can you tell the board what she had to do?
Yes. She had to essentially pay the engineer to produce the special inspections, final compliance form. I don't have more detailed information on that now, but I recall learning that when I interviewed her back in approximately June of last year.
And this is an expenditure that Made should have paid for, not the occupant?
It's an expenditure that is necessary to finalize the permit. You need to have that certification in order to finalize the permit, in order to get the certificate of occupancy. So, you know, I guess the answer to your question is yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Mosenter, you have witnesses?
No, I would like to make a closing argument if I may.
Okay, what we will do then, we will accept that. And Mrs. Costello, do you have anything else before Mr. Mosenter makes his closing statement?
I do not. I'll make my closing statements after Mr. Mosenter.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mosenter, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I'm not going to insult your intelligence. My client does not dispute the fact that he did falsify these COs. However, I would like to submit respectfully that my client and his company have been in business for a period of 15 years. They've never had any complaints concerning violations of inspections or anything else with these properties. He is currently involved in 40 projects, or has been involved in 40 projects, and all of them have been successfully completed. What he did in this situation is inexcusable. We're not saying that, I'm not asking for a week's vacation in Hawaii. What I'm telling the court, or to this group, to this committee, or this
Appeal board.
appeal board, is that he is a man, his work is excellent. No one has suffered any serious, or the public has not suffered any serious harm, or it hasn't affected anyone in these properties with any serious problems as far as fires or walls falling down, and all of the properties mentioned, with the exception of maybe one, has been completed and taken care of. To suspend this man's license, I think is a little harsh. I'm not objecting to a suspension, but to take his license away is a little harsh, since he has performed in the past 15 years competently, and has built very good luxury homes, and has continued to do a good job. What happened here is that he made a mistake. He had problems with raising money, and he admits that he did not comply with regard to the COs that he did adopt these COs of. I am asking the committee, I'm asking the board to give this man a break and not take his license away. I'm not asking him not to suspend his license, but I'm asking him not to take it, to revoke his license.
Thank you. Ms. Costello?
I'd like to enter into evidence exhibits A and B. Members of the board, Mr. Fernandez walked you through his investigative process and each of the properties involved in his investigation. The appellant is not contesting these violations. He's simply asking for leniency. The board does not sit in equity. We're here to determine if the violations did occur, and he has admitted that they did. Essentially, the appellant has committed fraud, and for him to continue to operate as a contractor in the city of Philadelphia would not be in the city's best interests. And for those reasons, we ask that you vote city affirm on this matter.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you very much. We will now, just one moment. Just one moment, just want to make sure that I'm doing this correct. Alrighty, excuse me. We will then poll the board regarding HA-2021-004647, Jason Codair, and I didn't pronounce that correctly. It's Cutaiar, 1312 Darn Street, City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirm.
City affirm.
City affirm.
Thank you very much. City affirmed, the unanimous vote. Thank you, gentlemen, for your participation. And Ms. Costello. Let's move on to the next matter.
Thank you very much for your consideration, members of the board. That concludes my matters before you today. May I be excused?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Okay.
very much.
30 days. will
Chairman,
file an
what's in
appeal.
that-
That'll
that-
stop this. I'm
Please,
happy.
please mute Mr. Yes, thank you.
Chairman
Okay.
Woodson, that concludes my matters before the board as well. May I be excused?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Have a good day. What's our next matter, Mr. Wade?
Case number 37,
Okay,
appeal number HA 2022-003-030, 2509 South 66th Street, Samuel Brooks.
okay. Mr. Brooks, who's representing the city?
Good evening, board members. This is Michael Rulo, RULLO, on behalf of the city.
Okay. Mr. Brooks, anyone representing Mr. Brooks? Okay. South 2509 South 69th Street?
66th Street.
66th Street. 2509 South 66th Street. No one's responding. Mr. Wade, was service provided to Mr. Brooks?
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Rulo, what is your pleasure?
This is an appeal of an intent to cease, and we're going to request that it be a city affirmed for lack of appearance.
Okay, thank you very much. And what time do we have, Mr. Pincus?
5:48 p.m.
5:48 p.m. Okay. We will then poll the board regarding HA-2022-003030 Samuel Brooks, 2509 South 66th Street, city affirmed lack of appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Wade, call the next matter.
Thank you, board members. That completes my business. May I please be excused?
Yes, sir. Have a good afternoon.
Can we
Thank
just
you.
confirm real quick that there was notice given?
Yes, I did confirm. I did before we
Okay,
voted.
thank you. I missed that. Thank
Yep.
you.
Thank you again.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
This is the final case on the list, case 39, appeal number HA 2022-003348, 1915 West Somerset Street, Juan A. Jimenez Liberata.
Okay, and who's representing the city?
Amy Skiles on behalf of the city. Good evening.
Yes, good evening, Ms. Giles. Is the appellant present? Juan A. Jimenez Libreta. And that's Liberata. Is that individual, anyone representing that individual present today? Okay, no one is responding. What is your pleasure, Ms. Giles?
Yes, this is an intent to cease. It's basically a corner grocery store working with no food license. So we would be requesting a city affirm for non-appearance.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wade, was this matter, was Mr. Liberata, was he served properly?
Yes, he was.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, it's time, Mr. Pincus,
5:50 p.m.
5:50 p.m. Okay, thank you. We will now poll the board regarding HA-2022-003348, Juan A. Jimenez Liberata, 1915 West Somerset Street. City affirmed non-appearance.
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 Thank you very much. I believe that concludes our business for today. Thank you so much. Have a good day, everyone. And that concludes today's hearing.
Take care, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you,
Good night,
Chair.
everyone.
Yeah,
Good evening.
Everyone have a great day.
Have a great evening. Good night.
Right,
care.
thank you, Richie.
Everyone,
you.
Good night.
thank you, Richard.
Hey, Rich,
Yes.
I'm sorry, real quick, 33, I don't have that marked.
33 was city affirmed a 180-day stay per agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Thanks, Rich.
no problem.